Y'all know what I just thought about? It's showtime at the Lapeef show. Sorry. Happy Friday, everybody. Introducing our panelists for tonight, we have Mistaken, the AP, Enos, Marky Mark will creep in here when he wants to, and so will Trigger Mike. My name is Shan Monet, formerly known as Shantae, and this is a Chic critique. Y'all can take your mics off. You can mute your mics now.
Hey everyone.
It's show. When I saw Showtime on the thing, I was like, "It's Showtime."
Happy Friday, everyone.
The Peep Show.
What's
Happy
good?
Friday, and a great Friday it is. You know, we're gonna just get to the point because we did make you guys wait a little bit. All 7. Oh, we jumped to 15. Okay, so they're waiting on us. Thank you guys for being here. So the first thing I wanted to mention, and actually this just came across my timeline twice, back to back, and I really wanted to address this. And I wanted the ladies' opinion on this particular post. So it seems the game has a serious question for the ladies. I wish I could read that question, but it's a little too tiny. Can you read that question for me, Mistaken?
The game has a serious question for the ladies. Ladies, what can you offer a man that has money, a car, and his own home?
Interesting. You know, they're gonna take him off. Sorry, gang. And in this era, this question irritates the ever. It is our fault. I'm gonna first of all say it is the woman's fault. The reason is because we so freely give ourselves up to these men. Why should they value what you have to bring to the table? Because they get it freely, right? He has 2 kids. He never had to marry her for his legacy. So why value the womb? Right? Should that not be the most important thing in your life to carry on your name? That's just me. I mean, among other things, but to me, that is a big, I'm sorry. That's a big deal to me. But go ahead. I'm sorry, Enos.
Yeah, I think it's tough sometimes when celebrities say this stuff because their world is so detached from ours, right? Like the game's access to women far exceeds your average guy, right? And then the type of women he's dealing with. So like the intangibles that we talk about all the time that a woman brings to the table, he doesn't care about that. Not only does he not care about that, the caliber of women that he's typically dealing with aren't even putting that on the table to offer, right? So we can have the conversation from like the celebrity realm, but I think the conversation has a totally different tone when it comes to like your average person.
But let me ask you.
But what I was going to say, what I don't understand is the question in itself, and the fact that what can you offer a man that has his own money, his own car, his own home? I think that's at that age and stage I'm talking about. Like if I was in the dating market right now, I would expect you to have that anyway. You know what I'm saying? So I guess the better question is just what if we were to get together, what else, what would you be able to offer to me? Like all of the other stuff that he mentioned to me was just fluff, because that's, from what I hear a lot of guys talk about, that's what women try to come to them at. Like, well, I have my own money, I have my own car, what do you have to offer me? That makes more sense to me with a woman saying that, yeah, than it does for a man saying that. But I also think that what he needs, or what he's saying, what do you have to offer me? I think all that depends on each individual guy, because different guys value different things. Like Inai said, if you're a celebrity, you already have a lot of things, so to speak. So it would be up to that individual guy in terms of what it is that he values. Like you brought up, Shan, you had brought up the JJ or whatever, but even that, it has to be something beyond that, especially if you're a man with means, because you already have access to that regardless.
Well, but what my that's why I brought it back on the women, because why would it doesn't matter who he is, he shouldn't have access to that. To
Mm-hmm.
me, if he's not willing to commit to you, he's not being responsible for you. Why are you giving your body up to this guy just because of who he is? Why does that automatically give him access to your body and he's just going to dispose of it? You understand what I'm saying? So
Mm-hmm.
if you had more, if you value yourself, even all of these little girls who are around them, if you value yourself, maybe he will place more value on it because it's not as easy, it's not easy access. So that's why I put it back on us. That's our doing. We did that. Because if we all said no and we all put ourselves on a high, if we had more respect for ourselves, then this wouldn't even be an issue. And here again, he has 2 children, right? And so now his name continues on. And obviously, if he doesn't see any value in that, because he's asking, well, what are you bringing to the table? So obviously, as a woman, being the mother of your kids or whatever, that in his head is not of value, then that's an issue too. Would you not agree?
Well, I think that's the key, is finding out or determining what is of value. And then that's what you bring. If that's truly, who you are, you don't start something that you can't maintain. So if you're just faking a funk just to get in the situation, but then you're not able to maintain what it is that you're doing, then that's just a facade, and you shouldn't do that. But it reminds me, again, I know we're speaking from a perspective of, like, since he's asking the question, but I know people who have money and things like that. So it's kind of like when you're trying to get a gift for somebody who already has everything.
But
What
he
do
don't
you
have a
do?
womb.
Right.
He
No,
does not have one. That's
but
what I'm saying.
no, but what I'm saying is that when you already have a person that has everything, is a little more difficult to be like, what can I get? What can I give them? Because you're thinking small in terms of they have everything. But what I find is that most people, especially in situations like that where I can get my own stuff, it's more about thinking about the a sentimental gift, something that's going to have much more meaning to them because I can buy everything. But if I'm taking the time to get to know you and I know you, I'm going to be able to identify something that may be meaningful. Like you might have told me a story about your dad had this pocket watch and you used to love pocket watches or something like that. So I know at the end of the day, you can afford cars, you can afford, but I thought about something that was very thoughtful. And so that's going to have more meaning to you than me just being able to just go ahead and buy you whatever, you
So
know?
you think, so you're thinking that his problem may be the women he's decided to surround himself with. Maybe there's no substance there.
Exactly.
He's looking for is more of the substance piece to a relationship. Okay, I have kids, I have money. What else can you offer me besides your body? Or what,
Mhm.
coming in like ding, 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 ding,
Exactly. It
So,
has to be something that's substantial.
I
Okay, well,
I
a
don't
general
know.
question, just a general question to you ladies.
mhm.
For a guy that can get himself whatever he wants, whenever he wants, this is just a general question. What do women have to offer a man that can get himself whatever he wants? What is it in general that a female brings to the table? And I hate to say that phrase, but what do you exactly bring to the table to enhance a man's life?
And there, this is where connection comes in. Because you don't have a connection with everybody. You feel me? You get a person who you have a connection with. You guys get along really well. You just mesh with each other. Your souls talk to each other. It's a totally different type of ball game. Because when you're talking about somebody who has money, like you said, all of these things, which is not okay. Let's make this very clear. Most men don't have everything. We're talking about the game. So at this point, it is really gonna have to be a person that he's just feeling like that, you know? she's gonna have to learn about. I mean,
I
it's just
disagree.
got to mess. It's got to be something that it's just got to fit like puzzle pieces, fit perfectly together, so to speak.
A
I don't
man,
think
I I
a
would
man living alone. Think like what you just laid out was basically a guy living in his parents' basement of some sort. A man living
no. I'm talking
alone.
about the game. I'm talking about
No,
strictly
no. I
the game.
mean, men in general. Men in general living alone, has their own car, has their own money. We're talking about an adult male, let's say between the ages of 25 and 45, being able to do all of that, what he wants to do already as a single person. What does a woman have to like? Let's take the game out of it. Just the general question: what
I would
does a
say
female
protection
have to
and
offer
provision.
to a?
Absolutely.
Look,
It's just
I'm
say
sorry.
I would say protection and provision, just in a different way. So I know a lot of times everybody's like protection and provision. That's what men provide to women, but I think when you're looking on the other side and other ways in which protection and provision can be provided. So I do think as a woman, the protection is the protecting his peace. So that would be a situation. Provision is providing that support that he needs in whatever like goals and whatever the mission may be. Protecting in terms of his legacy,
his
his
brand.
kids, his brand, like all of those things. And I think those are things that women would be able to offer a man. But again, it all aligns with that particular man in terms of what his goals are, what his mission is, and even like provision of not just support, but even like giving him, pushing him, should I say, providing that push along to make him, because a lot of times as women, we see things in our mates that they may not necessarily see in themselves. And so going ahead and trying to grow that, help him with that, seeing that, I guess the way that we see them pouring into them, that's another way that I would say in terms of provision, that those are things that I think women do provide their mates.
And I think it's important to specify if you're talking about a man who doesn't want a woman, we're not talking about that guy. He's made up in his mind. We're not here to try to change your mind. If you don't want a woman, that's on you. I feel like men who don't have women who aren't married shouldn't even be having sex. So we're gonna take him out the equation. We're talking about men who want to be in relationships, who see themselves with a woman. I think that Miss Stickett did a great job answering some of those questions. You have anything you would like to add, Enos?
Yeah. I think oftentimes when we talk about women in terms of relationships or marriage, we talk about sex, we talk about their womb, we talk about, all of that stuff. But I'm still such a firm believer, like when you're that man who's looking for a wife, you look for the intangibles. Because when you're looking at the beauty, when you're looking at sex, when you're looking at all of this stuff, that's plentiful, right? Even your average guy, if you just kind of adjust what it is that you're looking for, that's plentiful. But femininity is not one broad stroke. It doesn't look one way. But when you find that femininity that fits into your vision of now and the future, I think that's really when women thrive in terms of what they offer in a relationship. That level of like inspiration in the way that you define it, that level of support in the way that you define it, that level of respect in the way that you define it. So to sit there and talk about like, sometimes we have these conversations very like from a macro level as if everybody's looking for the same thing. But how many times have we been on this panel and AP and Marcus and Trigger Mike will say the same thing, but when you ask them to define it, the definitions start to look a little bit different, right? What a woman offers can only ever be valuable if it aligns with what the man is looking for. And that's the honest truth.
And
Right?
that's per person. That's not going to be a one size fits all. It is per. I mean, look at everybody's wife. If you put a lot of guys, you put their wives, they're going to all be different wives, but it's perfect for that guy. So, is there really a right answer for that?
Mm-mm.
So, and I think what the game is saying, because I don't think it's the question of what do you like. I don't think he's really asking like uh how do you word it, what can you do, or how can you like I don't like the way he worded it. I think it was more of a general thing saying, hey ladies, wake up. A man that already has a car, a man that already has a house, a man that already has a job, a man that can provide all of these things for himself, you have to be something that is other than a headache, a burden, or a leech.
Well, I have a
And I
question.
think that's more the context of what he was saying. I think it was more of a, hey, y'all need to wake up, because you're saying that that men, what does a man bring to the table? We have all of this stuff. We're going to bring you into our
Women
world
have
and take it off of your table. So what you can't be is loud, obnoxious, and always with your hand out. You can't be that. What else can you do? What benefit can you provide a man that can get everything that he wants without you? What benefit do you provide
Well,
him?
again, it goes back to what Inaz was saying and what I had
No,
said.
I
Is
agreed with Inaz actually.
right. It's going to be up to each individual person because the game is probably going to be looking for something that's totally different than what you might be looking for, AP. So a particular girl who may show up and do the things that she would think that he would like, that may not be a benefit to him because that's not what he wants. But that same girl could do that same thing for you, and that be in alignment with what you want and what you need. And then that ends up being the mate that you value. So it all depends on what he specifically values in a woman to provide.
And I would argue quickly because I know what AP is trying to say. I think that what's going on here is men like a just like women like a group of guys. I mean, what I say? I just like women like a group of guys. Men like a group of women who they feel are these beautiful and they want them to change. Everybody wants the other person to change, but there's this great big group of people overlooked that are just what you want them to be, but they may not be packaged the way that you want them to be packaged. I think both men and women have a problem with doing that.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you don't, she's not a dime, but she's that everything you want in a mate. Maybe he's not, six figures, six, and six, whatever it is. But he could be everything you want in a mate. And I think that that's where the issue comes. We want it from the wrong people. And those people are just not willing to change to make it happen for you. And it's just like a cry. Like, what are you doing this? And you're overlooking the people who can do everything for you.
Mm-hmm.
That's just my opinion.
Yeah, I really think he was speaking generally to especially to
Women
these
he
women
comes
that
across.
complain. Uh, I don't think I don't think that's necessarily it. I think the women that we all see on Instagram and the women that we all see on a lot of these TikTok videos, um, they all have very similar characteristics, and most of them aren't characteristics that a man wants.
But why are
Like,
you looking at them? There are few people. Those are few women. Why are we looking at the Instagram to be the
those are the examples that we have. I mean,
So
right? Like,
I think it's again, it's tough when you're talking about men who live in that reality, right? When it comes to celebrities, because what's the common talking point? I can go, purchase all of the things that women say they bring to the table, right? When you do the mathematics, the majority of men cannot, right? Like when you calculate the housekeeper, the personal chef, the personal assistant, all of this stuff, most men can't actually purchase those things. But when you have a man that does, I think that's really where like the conversation of femininity really comes in, is when you strip away like the traditional gender roles. What does femininity look like, right? Because he has multiple personal assistants. He has multiple housekeepers for all of his properties. He has somebody who's taking care of this. He has women taking care of his sex drive. He has women that are he has people who are personal chefs. Like There's literally nothing that a woman can perform that he can't purchase. So I think him asking that question, even though most men can't have the conversation from that vantage point, I think is still really interesting because then we have to dissect femininity in a very different way.
So what are you guys calling the common man? Because I would consider myself very common, and I actually had, up until not too long ago, had somebody who actually did my meal prep for me. I actually had a person come in 3 times a week to clean the house for me. I have my own car, I have my own job, and I can leave and do whatever the hell I want to do whenever I wanted to do it. Is that not common? That seems to be like, and it wasn't very expensive. So I don't quite understand where, like, I'm obviously not the Game or Jay Z or Will Smith or any of these other guys that make millions of dollars a year. So wouldn't I be common?
What's the average income? You're on mute, mistaken.
I was going to say the fact that you were able to afford to pay somebody to do meal prep, you say it don't cost that much based on what you make. But if you're looking at the average salary, which we were just talking about this not too long ago, average man, they black men, I'm gonna say, well, what did we look up? It was like $41,000, somewhere around that. Yeah, $42,000 a year. They're not going to be meal prepping, purchasing, being able to afford, especially depending on where they live, to pay to have somebody to meal prep. So an average dude having a woman that will be able to provide that for him, then that becomes value. He would value a woman who would be able to do that for him. For you, that may not necessarily be that much of value because you're able to afford to pay somebody to do that for you. You understand what I'm saying?
So so are you, this is gonna, again, I don't see myself as above anybody, right? I see myself as just like everybody else.
The AP. Now
Uh,
you know better. You know that people do. And the average man does not have enough money to have a person come in and meal prep for them. Also, pay somebody to come in every week to clean up behind them. Come on,
uh,
the AP.
if you budget, if you uh, and maybe that's the problem. Like, I don't know who, like, the guys y'all are running into, but that's everybody I know.
We didn't say that, guys.
Because you're
We're
gonna
talking
run
about
in the
the
same
average common
circle.
person.
You're gonna run in the same circle based on where you're living, your class, like all of those things. You're gonna run into the same people. So yes, to you that is the norm, but your circle is small when you're looking at the bigger picture on a macro level. Most people are not doing that.
And even if they did, they probably don't even want to put that in there, but they just rather do it themselves. So, I mean,
But
that's just how it.
so even if they're doing it themselves, right? Like that, like, why would you need a? Do you necessarily need a female to come in and do it for
Well,
you
you
when
don't.
you can do
Why?
all of this
Here's why.
yourself?
So that's the
Yeah.
argument. Go ahead, Enos.
So here's why, right? When we talk about men, their careers, and their purpose, there's a level of focus that goes into that. There's a level of energy that goes into it. When you are performing those tasks yourself, for a woman to come in and take that off of your plate, you now have so much more time and energy to concentrate on the thing that is going to propel you forward versus diluting it into the things that make your everyday go, right? Like there's value in delegating that, right? If you've ever been in any sort of management position, you understand that delegation is the most powerful tool in terms of efficiency and in terms of coming across goals, right? You have
Absolutely.
to delegate so you can concentrate the maximum amount of energy into the right parts. So when you're talking about why would it be of value for a woman to come in if you're already doing it yourself? Well, guess what? Now you can put in those extra hours at work. Now you can focus uninterrupted on that project that you're working on or that certification that you're working on. Now you can go out and network with people because you have that availability, right? So like this is that we look at the whole realm of domestic duties as if like it's it doesn't really have value to people who are already performing it without understanding what it means. So like let me give an example. I heard the story, I don't know if it's true, about Mark Zuckerberg. He has a handful of options in terms of what he wears on a regular basis. And he does that to specifically increase his decisional capacity. And I think as people, when you're not functioning at that level of like elitism, we forget what our decisional capacity looks like and we start making decisions that are against our best interest, right? That is what a woman offers when she takes those things off of your plate when you're the one doing it yourself. But if you are in a financial situation to already delegate that to somebody else, now she has to offer something else to bring value into your life because you've already delegated those tasks to position yourself in a very different way.
And let me
So
just ask this question real fast to the AP, and then we're going to move on to the next one because we can't stay on here too long. Since you have these things, what do you look for in a mate? What is it
what
that
did
you
I?
want in a mate?
For me, it was actually all about not being out in the streets. It was pretty simple.
So the only thing I know
Like
she had to offer you more than just
You did all
not
that
being
just
in the
to say
street.
that?
like I mean like
So sex and not being out in the street.
like not being like that was the reason for being out in the streets. Hey, boo, what's going on? Hey, what you doing? Bam, and it is what it is, and you get on with your life.
But
I
it had
wanted
to be
something. I wanted something different.
right. What was the substance that she provided that made you say, you know what, she's the one. This is who I want to be with
What did she
outside of
bring to
all of
your
the other.
table?
Right.
So now we're getting specific to me.
For sure, because we're trying to figure you out.
No, that's fine. I like the dialogue. I like the conversation that we have.
Connection.
Um, I like that I don't have to always be the one to push her to do what she is supposed to do, and not for me, but for herself. Like I like she's driven very differently, and it doesn't. She's going to be driven whether it's me or not me, and I love that. Um, it's the thoughtfulness. Like if you looked at my refrigerator right now, I have sandwich meat, right? I don't and like if she would without me asking if she thought of it, she'd bring over spaghetti, right? Like that's just something that she would do to make sure that I wasn't just eating a sandwich. Like she take care of all of that for me now. But prior to that, she didn't. But she took the initiative and did it. I
So
didn't
those
have to say I didn't have to say anything. I didn't have to give a lot of direction. And with my retirement plan, she's able to follow my retirement plan on what I want to do and what my plan is, and she's on board with it, and it's all dope to me. And I don't have to worry about her.
And see, that's the thing that I think Inaz was explaining as well, and what I was thinking along the lines of a lot of times, like when you are living independent, everybody's meeting their own needs separately. Like you're providing your own protection, your own provision, your own food, your own all of that, and so is she. So I think the idea of when you're coming together, some of those things are handed over to the other person. So now you're not functioning independently at 100% capacity. Like, I may not have to cover my bills anymore. That will become what you do for me. So that's giving up that level of independence that I had to take care of when I was living on my own. In exchange, you were paying for having your meal prep done, maybe having a housekeeper come and clean. And so in exchange,
Oh, she
now
still
that
comes and
that's
clean.
what
She still come clean my house now.
I
I ain't stopped that.
well, I'm saying it typically, so then that's what should ideally happen, is that where each one of you guys were functioning at 100% capacity individually on your own, taking care of all of your needs. That the idea of coming together is supposed to be that we are both giving up some of those things to the other person. So now we're, I mean, for the lack of a better word, because I know everything is not 50-50, but now I, am alleviating 50% of those tasks that I had to do on my own. And my partner's taking care of that. In exchange, I'm taking on some of the responsibilities that he had to do on his own. And so then that way, now we're, it's still 100% of our needs are being met, but only 50% of the effort is given, if that makes sense.
And it was so funny. You jogged my memory. It almost sounds like women are saying the same thing as men. It's like that same thing when women say, "Well, what do I need him for? I protect myself.
Exactly.
I do this." It's like two individual people used to doing things for themselves, needing to come together and being able to bring that to make a solid household, just doing it together, in opposed to doing it independently. Because we're hearing the same thing from both sides. We really are.
That's immediately what I thought of. That's why I said that was weird to me that he said that, because typically you hear a woman saying that. Like, if I'm able to provide my own house, my own car, have my own money, what else can you do for me? Because typically those are the things that we associate men being able to provide to women or for women. So that was what made me think of that as well.
You know what I did? I wish I would have uploaded this. I saw a video from 50 Cent, and he said now that he's learned, he prefers an independent woman. He prefers a woman to have her own. He's like, have your own thing going. I'll motivate her, do all this kind of stuff, because he would prefer that. He has more respect for that. If he ever gets in another relationship, he doesn't want anybody who's going to depend on him. He wants her to have her own thing going. And so I thought that was kind of interesting. I should have uploaded that. Okay, so with another break. Oh, let me do these two super chats real fast, and then I have another icebreaker. You're muted.
Nice, go ahead.
So Shy 87, $2 from Wendy's to Papado. The love has to be real.
Search high.
The Orange Pill Nurse, 1999. Black women don't want average income husbands. Black women nurses aren't for wanting to marry average men. They want equally yoked, intellectual, equal men at their level. However, they tend to find men that they have to take care of, in their words.
Is that like, I'm curious, and I know Shan wants to move on real quick, but is that really what most women are running into?
Yes.
I'm just curious. I don't.
I will say yes. So here's why. Like, I think that with social media, a lot of women have been exposed to male attention in a way that they haven't, like previous generations haven't. Like, regardless of how men generally rate you, there's this understanding that, like, the level of attention you get means that you have more options. I think that's kind of the way that women have kind of learned to function. However, options are only options if they're viable. And I think that's where a little bit of that disconnect is, where women tend to feel like, well, I get all this attention from all of these men, and so I can find somebody better at any point in time. And so they don't really hold the value in the man that they choose. And I think it's really unfortunate, because attention doesn't equal somebody better, right? I think the statistics show that women who go that route typically don't do much better for themselves. right? They either stay single for long periods of time or find themselves in more difficult situations. So I think if women can find somebody, and I'm not saying settle, right? Like, let's be very clear about that. But this idea that I'm going to keep looking for somebody after I've found somebody of value, I think is I guess what men complain about when it comes to modern women.
Anybody
Yeah.
else want to answer that question before we
I was
move?
I was I was really just curious because I just again the circle of guys I know and the circle of guys I've known once I've got out of where like growing up from a kid, once I became an adult, all of the men that I've ever met, none of them move the way I hear you ladies talk about, or not just you ladies, but ladies on YouTube in general. Like the way I hear them speak, I'm like, where the fuck do you find these guys? Where
Yeah,
do y'all find them?
you're right. Because
And I was just curious.
you're right, because you go like little male groups, guys who are similar. They're all cool dudes. They're not like, at least they're not outspoken dogs. You know, because if they're single, they done screwed over somebody. Somebody got it. So we don't know. It's hard to say. Anybody else want to answer that? I just put my little 2 cents in. Okay, so let's go to this video. Hot topic.
Real life over here trying to leave me because I don't want to have sex
you
with
might as
you.
well get out the car. What you mean?
What do you mean?
We
Get
just went
out
on
the
a good
car.
ass date. We just went on a good ass date. Why,
Okay,
Like, why the
but-
fuck would you even? Come on, man. Like, you wasting
Really?
my time. I took you
Really?
like 10 days.
Really?
You got 2 kids already. You
this
act like
the
you don't want to
dude.
give me
This
love.
the dude I decided to be with.
You act like you can get out.
No, what you mean I can get
You
out?
You're like you don't want to give
How
me
you gonna
love.
kick me out the car
Because
just
you
because
wasted
we
my
went on a date? How
time.
did I waste your time? We're
How many days
together.
do I gotta take you on for me to be able to get some? You got 2
15.
kids already, but you trying to act like you don't want to give it up to me.
So you think I'm just easy like that?
Man, I'm saying I've been
Look,
putting in
I'm
work.
not even trying. Okay, and you're going to.
Man, listen, you can get out.
I can get out.
Yeah,
you
can get
real
out.
life
Get out
gonna
my
make
car,
me
yes.
walk?
Because you ain't giving me nothing, so you can get out.
Man,
You're
I'm
wasting
not
my
even.
time.
I'm
Listen,
wasting
I
your
like those.
time.
I couldn't even hear no more. I was. It's a hot mess. He finna put it out in the streets on the interstate because they was going pretty fast. I was looking on the outside. It was going by a little bit. So, what are you guys' thoughts on this situation? I think she really liked him. It sounded like I could hear her voice. Like what? Like I thought that she really liked. What y'all think? Let me shut up. Anybody? Everybody speechless. I'm bush.
No, I'll jump in. I don't know. I guess I'm always fascinated about how, like, this weird thing where, like, if you're doing something wrong or you're making a mistake, then, like, you're beholden to, like, continue to make the same mistake over and over, right? If we're going to tell women to keep their knees together and they've had children and they're like, oh, I made the mistake, not to call children a mistake, but I've should not have offered my womb to somebody I shouldn't have. And now I've learned my lesson and I'm not going to do that anymore. This expectation of like, oh no, now that you've done it, you have to always do it. I think that's such a strange behavior to expect of people, right? And like this idea of like, hey, I'm going to put you out on the side of a freeway because you've decided like I'm just not that dude to you. I'm curious to men who move like that. Like, does that work for you? Yeah, like, does it work for you? Does it actually convince, like, other than the small minority of women who feel shamed into it, like, do you feel good about pressuring a woman into that? Like, I don't, like, why are we using that tactic? Like, what happened to smooth talking a woman out of her panties? Like, what happened to, like, you know what I mean? That kind of suave game that men put on women to get what they want. Like, I don't understand this level of, like, aggressive behavior. It seems so counterproductive if we're going to look at it from his perspective, right? It's so weird. The whole situation is so weird.
And let me just add something to that, because we don't know if this woman was once married. We're assuming that she's just a baby mama. We don't know if she has kids and she was once married. We don't know any of the situation. She could have kids by the same guy, maybe they lived together. We don't know the entire situation. But this is my thing, because our people always, luckily I have never come across a man like this. But my question would be, do you even know that? Okay, how do you even know that you measure up to the person she even had kids by? For example, you assuming that he's the kid, that the dad is in their life, right? And he is of a certain caliber. How do you even know that you are that guy? You understand what I'm saying? Like, I will look
Man,
at you. Like, you even.
Well, my thing is this. This is why you always have your own money. You go on a date. Like, I mean, my dad,
like, I got it.
yeah, my dad, taught us that. Like, even, back even in the day when we used payphones, y'all, some of y'all out there don't even know what that is. But he always like, keep a quarter in your pocket. That there should never be any excuse for you not to contact me if you're out. If you're running late. Keep a quarter in your pocket. Same thing with the dating. Always have money on you. So just in case if anything happens, you always are able to find your way home. So in a situation like that, at the first sign that dude came out his mouth and said that, we ain't even going back and forth.
Dodged a bullet.
Yeah, we're not even going back and forth with, wow, are you really trying to kick me out? Because we wouldn't have even had to get that far. As soon as that thing came out his mouth, deuces. All right, I got you.
So I think that's tough, right? Because like, what did they see in the video? They'd already been on like 10 dates.
She said
So, like,
2. I thought she said 2.
10.
Oh, she said 10. Oh, I thought she said 2.
No, 10. And
Yeah,
so
who cares? It could be 15.
Mm-hmm.
But
that nigga name is KFC. Stop it.
So
they Applebee's with that jacket.
Here's my thing with that, right? Is like, at that point, I think it's so easy to say, like, I'd be out. After 10 dates, most women are like emotionally invested in that dude, right? So it's possible that it's possible that she had the means to get out of that situation. But I think her whole thing was like, I don't understand why this is on. She was looking for some sort of understanding that he really wasn't offering her. It was either, put out or get out.
Because I heard words like, I thought we were together. Like I from a female, I listened to her voice, and I really think she was feeling the dude. In all honesty, I think that she was.
Well, that's the part I was confused. If she said, "I thought we were together," then I don't even know what they're fussing about the sex for. Because I'm thinking, if you are together, at that point, I don't think sex is an issue.
Not necessarily.
Somebody listening to the homeboys and YouTube entirely too much. Like, first of all, we not gonna get to 10 dates if I ain't smashed. Like, that just sounds crazy. Like, we'd have had conversations, things I'd have did my woo woo, wop wop, hey, yo, let's go. And she'd have been like, oh baby, yeah, let's go. Like, I haven't, like, that shit was weird as hell to me. That was weird as hell. Like, oh, you ain't giving me none. You got to get out my car after 10 dates. Nigga, you stupid if you ain't got it by now.
Well, your name
is KFC.
So I have a question.
Your name is Let's Go Eat.
There's a date to coochie ratio. Like, I mean,
no.
I know that.
Okay.
That's what it
so
sounds
no and yes, because we men don't want to be used. Like, that's the number one thing. We don't want to be used, and we don't want to feel used.
You don't think a woman is feeling the same
way? Wait. In most cases, when you go out on dates, most dates are paid for by whom? If the dude is doing things the way he's supposed to, the guy. So he likely feels like anytime she calls, they go out, he spends a little bit of money, and he takes her home, and he's feeling some kind of way. If I had to venture to guess, like, we don't have enough context into their relationship, but if I had to guess, that's kind of how he's feeling slightly used.
So let me ask you a question.
So vetting thing. What's the purpose of vetting?
Exactly. So my question, this is the thing that gets me, right? He, to me, let's just say she gave it, so we know his personality now because we see it. Let's just say she did give it up to him. Do you really think that he's the kind of guy she should have given it up to if she would have gave it to him earlier? Now we can see his true colors. What it sounds like is he was doing it for sex. If she would have given herself up to this man, who probably would have played with her, not dated her with intent or whatever. So in my opinion, she waited it out and dodged a bullet.
So before you answer, I'm going to ask. So this question is going to be to the men. If we are constantly and consistently advocating for women to keep their knees together until they are either in a committed relationship, engaged, or married, right? Because men will vary on what that goalpost is. If that's what we're advocating, if that's what we're advocating for, then why is it that this video seems like justified? And I'm not saying that you're condoning bad behavior. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that like we're justifying his fear of being used.
Hold on, because they never answered my question. What's the date to coochie ratio?
There really isn't one. You fill it out. So for me, I'm just going to talk about me.
She did a great job in this situation.
I'm just going to talk about me for just to
but
give some context.
This guy,
I know. Wait. So this is why he's way off. Like if your goal is to smash at some point and you're not going to be in a relationship, you've gone on too many dates. It's the number one thing. Number two thing is, are you not really that smooth? Do you not really know how to dialogue with women? Because at the 10 date mark, if she's really into you, she'd have given you the clues that you need to know, hey, either I'm going somewhere with this chick or I'm just looking to smash, which means he's not being honest with himself if he's trying to convince her by saying, get the hell out of my car because you're not giving me any. So to answer I forget which one of y'all said it. Yeah, she kind of dodged the bullet, but at the same time, I don't think he knows how to talk to women.
But even if he did, that's still manipulation. Like it's still her getting played. You understand?
If you know how to talk to women, it is what it is. Like that's part of the game, y'all. I'm like, let's be honest. That's part of the game. That's kind of what dudes do, especially if they're not looking long term. Like we got to be honest about it.
So she won the game. She's figured it out, and she's the one who, at the end. I don't feel sorry for him. I'm sorry. Not the way
I don't either.
That conversation could have been a lot. Even if he wanted, say, hey, it could have been a politer way to say, look, we've been going on these days, or he could have.
Where do you think this is going? What's the next step? Something like you ain't giving me none, and I've been on 10 dates. Get out my car.
Again, we're talking about it. It sounds like he doesn't know how to talk to women, either to get what he wants or to communicate properly. If he's looking to marry this chick that probably shouldn't even be near the top of his, I can't believe I haven't smashed you. Like you're not smashing me. If I'm looking to marry you, the dialogue is very, very different. It is, hey, why are you only calling me when you want to hang out? Like, why can't you just call and say, hey, what's up, baby? What's going on today? How's your day going? Hey, do you need anything from me? I'm going to assume either he doesn't know how to communicate or she's using him. Or he just really wants to smash and he's going about it the wrong way. I'd actually probably argue that he doesn't have a lot of positive male figures in his life to help guide him the right way. Like there's so many different variables from the video. He's a goofy ass lame to me. Like I would never have said that or done it. I wouldn't have come to pick you up again. Like I'd have chalked those 10 dates up as an L and kept it moving. That's just me. But we would not have gotten to 10 because I'd have figured your ass out by about 3.
He counted them.
See, I guess, to me, that is the point that Inaz was making. You're so at date 3, so it seems like that's the date to coochie ratio by date 3. If you ain't give it to me by
he doesn't want you for real. That sounds like something. If he's only in it for sex, maybe that's the issue.
Date, so date 3 that's the determining factor. We get to date 3, if I ain't get none, then I'm out as a dude.
It's a mental thing. It depends on the chick. Like, it really, there's so many. So not necessarily. And it could be date 10. It could be. I mean, I'm not going to wait that long, depending on how quickly the dates went by.
See what I'm saying?
No, but I'm looking for different things though. Like, if I'm having conversation and dialogue with you, I'm steering the conversation and dialogue the way I need to steer it to achieve whatever goal it is that I've set for our relationship. If that is sex, I'm going to figure out pretty quick if I'm going to get that or not from you. And if I'm not going to get that, then it's easy to move on.
Okay, so it's really like so what you're saying is really based on the dude and his intention. So if your intention on dating this woman is I just really want sex, I'm not looking for a real relationship, then the date to coochie ratio is by the 3rd date. But if it's somebody that I'm actually interested in, or date 1 through 3, if I just want the coochie. But if she seems like somebody that I'm really interested in, then I don't mind going on extra dates. But
if I know I have to put in work, like even if coochie is my goal, if I know I got to put in work to get it, I'm gonna put in the necessary work, because the goal that I've set in my head is I'm a tap that ass, and we're patient, and we will actually, like, this is the one thing. If y'all remember how I first came in, it was, we need men to stop doing this.
Right.
This is the shit that needs to stop. But if my goal for the sake of this conversation, if my goal coming in was to get sex, I'm not going to play myself, first of all, but I'm going to fill her out. And if I know that it's going to take work, I'm going to put in the work necessary, because that's the goal that's set. It's not the date. It's all about, like, it could be the 2nd date. It could be the 50th date. But it's all about the amount of work that I need to put in. We're filling it out. But I'm not going to promise you a relationship or nothing ridiculous. I'm going to let you know what it is. And your job as a female is to let me know what it is, so we can either go on or get on. But I don't think this particular guy probably does not have the necessary skills to be able to communicate with a female to achieve whatever goal he wants. I think all he wanted to do was bang this chick out. Obviously. And he was playing the nice guy and figured out it wasn't getting him where he wanted to be. And then he turned into a complete jerk, instead of just, like, he'd have been better off taking her home and ghosting her. That's my opinion. Oh, and by the way, welcome, Modern Renaissance Man. My bad.
I'm like trying to get in. Jamie come back. I'm like
it's like double dutching. You just waiting to jump in at the right time. How are you guys all doing?
Good.
Doing good. Woo woo to me and my wife just this past June 2nd. 22 years married, baby.
Yes. Congratulations, brother. Congrats, bro.
22. Watching the video, it's a lot of things. I mean, instantly you can kind of get drawn into 2 different, aspects of it. But I had some things that was going on in the video. You can tell by her voice, she did seem to be a little kind of upset and disappointed in the whole overall situation, because when she threw the word out there saying, I thought we were together, to me, that phrase right there almost implied that she felt that they may have had a certain level of understanding of what they were doing and what it was about. So when she said, but when he kept on saying, I've been doing X, Y, and Z, and I still ain't, pretty much saying I haven't even hit yet. And she was like, but I thought that we were together. Like, in other words, I thought that this wasn't we gonna be having sex for sport type thing. I thought this was me and you actually trying to do something. Yet at the same time, I would also say, for him to be upset like that, thinking that was the prize and that was the goal, what was being done throughout this relationship or these dates that they had that made him have any type of implication that is what he was going to be getting, So it's a lot of different variables in there, and it's like not having so much context, it just kind of leaves it kind of open, like it can kind of go.
Question, Modern Renaissance. Do you think, because he did mention, well, you have 2 kids, do you think that him just thinking, okay, well, you've given it up and you have 2 children, then I should have access. I've given you 10 days. Do you
Right. And see, that's another one of those. I have that written down right here. That's another phrase that he threw out there. So it's almost like what was being said or what has been said in their dates that made him imply, well, you've done this, or maybe something that she may have told him. And then if he's saying, almost as if he's saying, I'm doing you better than what those other guys did, and you gave it up easier to them than what you doing with me. I'm up here whining and dining, you taking you out on dates, and these dudes that got you babies, they probably didn't even do what I'm even doing. Because for him to get that upset and want to kick her out, I mean, that is, no matter what though, that is very, very messed up that he wanted to boot her out the car. That to me, that's kind of like baby fight. That's very unmanly to do that to a woman. Now taking her off and say, you know what, I'm done with this. I thought that I was going to be getting something out of you. You obviously not giving that up, and I'm not trying to be in a relationship with you like that. I'll drop you off, and I hope and pray that you have a good rest of your life, because I'm not about to be in it no more. But to boot her out,
you can respect that.
Yeah.
Wait, but why did somebody say to you, modern assessment, bro got married at 1? He look about 25. How you gonna be married for 23 years and you look like you're 25? That is funny.
Married at 1. Oh my God.
Well, congratulations. That's a good point. I mean, yeah, if you listen to all the conversation that's going back and forth, at the end of the day, I think she dodged a bullet. Ladies, stop giving it up so fast, because this is let me just tell you, men will, some men, not all. If you got you a good one, I mean, it's kind of hard to determine which one is good and which ones aren't. But look, y'all gotta stop giving it up so fast. You gotta wait it out.
And my thing too is learn to be more, I guess, diverse with your dates, because not all dates have to be at the 5-star restaurant. You know what I'm saying? Like,
we're gonna get to that part in a second.
Oh.
But okay. maybe if you are into a guy, offer to take him out sometimes. Like, hey, babe, I got this. That way he won't feel like, because if he throws in your face, like, baby, wait a minute, I paid for some of these dates too now, homie. And sometimes that too can, I feel like at some point you can, either if you just pay the tip, or if you say, oh, baby, I kind of want to take you out this time. Maybe it's birthday, or maybe
he kicked her out like Pam. Again,
I would, but I would also still say though, depending on what their relationship was when they first started things off, that to me, any woman, and that's to anybody that may be listening, any woman that feels like because a dude is whining and dining, that's implication that that's some sort of equality to you being able to get the box from her. That is completely crazy. And I hope a lot of women don't have that mind. Say, well, I should give it up because he is taking me out and doing this, so I should give him that. That's crazy. To me, that is absolutely crazy.
Listen, in these YouTube streets, I'm gonna be honest. If you are a woman that's unaware and you're hearing this, especially if you're young and you're impressionable and you're listening to stuff like this, that will be something that you may think, because a lot of times the men in these spaces are saying that.
Like, what? You took her on 10 days and you still didn't, bro?
It would have never even gotten to 10 if she didn't up by date 2 or 3. You know what I'm saying? Then I'm out. Like that kind of stuff. So if you some person who's young and impressionable will think that they may feel pressured or obligated to being put in that situation.
See, and it's a result of how we, it's a result of, I always bring it back to the home basis. I bring it back to what I call like my kingdom, my home. My sons are 21 and 19, and my sons, from the time they went through adolescence, the only thing they have in their mind and know about women is that the only time they're going to plan on dating one is when they have intentions on being a husband. They're not dating for sport. They're not dating just to say, I have a girlfriend, I'm 16. So just like in sitcoms and, what you see out there in the secular world, we're doing this just so, we're doing it just so we can just have girlfriends just for it. No, you're not doing it. You're doing that so you can actually end up having somebody that you're going to want to make your wife one day. You're not doing it for sport. So in doing so, their whole outlook, they don't have the world's view of what you're trying to get into a date for. Their view is exactly how dad did it, if you follow me. So if they are going by that recipe and by that book that we have laid out for them, then they're going to always go into a relationship with the intentions on trying to find a wife. That's all they know is I'm looking for a woman so she can be my wife, not the other way around. Not, oh, I'm getting it just so I can be,
Like that ghetto trash.
yeah.
No,
And so by doing
I,
that, though, what they learned, though, is they learn how to be towards a woman as well. You know what I mean? They learn how to be towards a woman and what to expect out of her. And they even learn about ways of if they coming off on them in a certain way, that's not what you're looking for, son. I understand that, the butterfly feelings, and I understand if she bats her eye at you a certain way, she might look a certain way, and she's trying to get this out of you. But a lot of times they do that because they see how good he's treating him. So they feel like I'm going to reward him with this because of how great he's treating me. But it's like, son, still hold back because we not about to fall into that little trap. Let that little steam go down. Go take a shower real quick, a cold one, and let it calm down. We're going to think logically through this because, again, your intentions is trying to find a wife. That right there is going to be the gift. That's going to be the benefit of having that wife, not just because she's just a girl that you're just going to be messing around with.
okay, I just want to say this real quick because I'm seeing it a little bit in the chat. One person stated that women, make your intentions clear. Men, I just want to talk to the men real quick. Stop lying to these chicks. Stop lying. She probably asked him what they were doing, where they were going, and he probably said something like, "Oh, baby, we're just going with the flow." And she was very likely was like, "Well, at some point I probably want to get married." And he was like, "Oh yeah, me too." Quit lying, bro.
And no, I'm not a Muslim.
We need to quit lying, and that's coming from an ex-liar. I promise you, it works out better for you as a man if you are more clear with what your intentions are. Quit dragging the shit out. And oh my God!
So
And just
Real fast.
just because you pay, she's not a streetwalker. Doesn't mean you're gonna get laid, bro.
Well, let me just say this. So, in terms of being clear, so I guess for women, we need to make it clear that we're not giving it up until we're in a serious relationship. So if that's what you decide, or if you're married, whatever your standard is, whether it's a serious relationship that's exclusive, when we're engaged or whether we're married, whatever spectrum you're on, I think that would alleviate maybe a lot of the confusion with the expectation from the man that if I take you on 3 dates, then that means I should sleep with you. Or if I take you out on 10 dates, then that means I should sleep with you. But as a woman, I guess what you need to say up front, what your intentions are. I'm dating with intention, and I will not have sex until I am in a exclusive, committed relationship.
Well, and that's the thing that ended up having us. We had a huge, we had a thing. I'm not going to go into too many details, but I had this huge thing that we put on because I was like going across the internet trying to connect with people because I wanted to find who these modern women that these people keep talking about, these unicorns that I hear on the internet. But I'm like, dude, I direct over facilities from Chicago down to St. Louis. I have not ran across these modern women that these folks keep talking about, where they at. So we actually put something on and had 100 of them show up. And it was very interesting. The questionnaires that we had out, it's very interesting how everything came out. But anyway, the reason why I wanted to say this is because a lot of them was coming with Steve Harvey talking points and everything. And so it shook them up because I told them, I said, I watched that movie, How to Think Like a, whatever, the 1 and 2. And I said, well, the thing is, it started off with the wrong in that with me. What I disagree with Steve Harvey on is that his whole purpose in that movie was to tell women what they should do before they let the man get the cookie. And I was like, well, we shouldn't even be talking about cookie. You should be talking about him marrying you. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like he do all these pointers right here. A man, all those things Steve Harvey was saying in there, a man can do all those things with only the purpose of smashing. So he did all those things he told you to do. When he smashed it, I finally got it. Done him out. Have y'all? We saw that. If y'all saw what's that? With Martin, Thin Line Between Love and Hate. Classic example. Martin did everything that he needed to do. And once he smashed, look what he did to her. I about destroyed her. So I say that's the wrong way to go about it. But if your intentions was to make this woman your lady, then yeah. And like you guys said, if they established that right from the beginning, if this woman said, hey, yeah, I see that you're interested in me. You're a good looking guy. But all I'm telling you is this. I'm looking to be married. Oh, well, I'm out of here. Okay, well, good. All right, cool. But a lot of girls don't. I just want a man. I just want somebody. So maybe don't do that. Don't ruin your life like that.
Great conversation, you guys. So this kind of goes into that conversation, which I wanted to play real fast. Okay, so what do you guys think about this?
In order for you to touch this, I'm gonna need some money. For you to get my number, I'm gonna need some money. And if you want to lay with me, I'm gonna need some money. Before we can go to that, I need some money.
Well,
I need some money.
Okay, here's the reality of it. Men pursue women. You only want something because you ain't got it, right? And you only pursue something because you want it. People pursue that which is of value. Men come to take. Women have resources. Women are a resource to men. I don't know any resource that's free. I don't know no food that's free. I don't know no success story that was obtained for free. I don't know none of this equipment that y'all got for free. None of it. Women are just like this equipment, right? Men compare women to cars all the time. Last time I looked, you had to purchase a car, right? So the only thing that men actually have to bring to the table is finances. They want something from you. It's better that you charge them for it as opposed to giving it away under some idea of love. So, baby cat, send him your cash.
You a hoe? You know you a hoe.
How did you know? Because she told you so. So let me ask you a question. So
What the fuck was that?
this is another. I don't like the words that were coming out her mouth, but let me ask you a question. So I look at it this way. I don't look at it as in a form. I think it's what Mistaken said. I don't look at it as in a form of a person who pays you, but I do look at it in a form of, is he offering you a commitment? Is he offering you an engagement? Is he offering you his last name, the security that comes along with it? I do believe that before you open your legs, just like, there needs to be something there instead of just getting not money, not, monetary, but something needs to be there in exchange. Something real needs to be there in exchange for your body. That's just me. Go ahead, Enos.
We've heard so many times on YouTube these men talk about, like, it's so hard to distinguish between these 304s and good women, right?
True.
I think that video is a prime example as to what these men were talking about, because I didn't really understand how bad it was until that video, right? I think that is so atrocious. And like,
I was amazed at her voice. Like, it just didn't seem her voice would become out that hard.
I mean, some people have a raspy voice, right? Some people find that sexy. I think that's fine. But it's like it's her statement that she made in the middle of it, that like all men bring to the table is finances.
True.
The same way that like we accuse these men of not understanding the intrinsic value of a woman, like this is proof that women too have lost the intrinsic value of a man. Outside of just protecting, outside of just providing, like that companionship, that deeper connection as human beings. Like, I don't know if we're doomed or what's going on, but it seems to be like a really lost art to just find value in human beings. Like this idea of selling your phone number. I don't understand. Right. And then here's the other problem to that, right? If we're going to have this conversation honestly, because there are women out there who do move like that.
Especially this new generation.
Right. If that man's really got his money like that, he doesn't value money in the same way that you do. So what you're selling for pennies on the dollar based on how he evaluates finances, you think you're really doing something with that man, and he's still toying with you because he's just got it like that. It's a setup for failure. And I think that does such a disservice, especially to younger women who haven't had quite as much life experience, to be like, okay, he's spending X amount on me. That means something. That means he cares about me. No, he just has more money than the guys your age. And so to him, it's nothing. He's already budgeted and calculated that money is like to throw away for whatever, right? There's no correlation to like the amount he's spending to how much he cares about you. And if we're going to take it to another deeper level, there are men who will go out there and get that money, even if they don't have it, to spend on you just to get what they want. And that's not marriage or a relationship. So, like, this idea of exchanging so transactionally, I think it's a recipe for failure.
Do you think she's the opposite of the guy that we just saw on the other end?
I agree. I think they would have hit it off. Because for both of them, it was transactional. The only difference is he was taking her on dates, but she said that she needed somebody to cash app her. So I don't know if she would have seen that as the same in terms of him not giving her money directly. However, he was giving her time and spending money. But in my mindset, I'm seeing both of those things as a exchange for services.
Anybody else?
Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, that was stupid. I'm sorry, that was one of the dumbest things. That's what I'm saying.
A lot of these younger women think like
right.
this stuff.
It's the same notion that there was a time where people thought if you sprained your ankle, that because you put some heat on it and then some Epsom salt, and the Epsom salt felt good, they thought that because it felt good that was working, when all along it was actually doing the more damage. So it's the same notion because they think it is. Well, one of the issues that that we have a lot of times is that when we get on the internet, you hear so many different talking points here and there, but nobody's actually trying to get with people that have done it. Like, it's not about just myself, but what about other married couples that's been married 15x plus years? But no, we getting advice from people like that lady. I mean, I don't think obvious.
She's looking for a relationship. I think she's looking for something.
No, right. So the thing is, it's just like what the lady we just got done saying. That's why the kids that we mentor right now from the ages of 12 all the way into their 20s, the ones that we mentor now, we put huge emphasis on relationships. That money talk and all that stuff is not even one of our biggest things that we even talk about, because we focus so much on what it's like to be in a relationship, how wonderful it is. And, we even take them to the extent to where I take them on like a career day where I'll bring them up to the facilities and I get to show them people that are on hospice and all that. I show them all aspects, people that are, they're at the end of their life, they have family with them versus the ones that are dying alone. And I said, so when it comes to that, nobody is talking about money. Nobody's talking about their cars. They're talking about, well, this person, well, what happened? What about him, Mr. Ty? Well, the type of guy that he did X, Y, and Z. So his kids don't even want to come and see him. This person is dying alone. So that's what I'm saying. I get to the matter of the hard things that really matter in life. And you are not going to find nothing better going through this journey in life than you would out of having a relationship and with family. No amount of money, no amount of material things.
And then you just ghost me.
Dang.
I think
I'm just messing.
I think I made a mistake and did that. Sorry.
No, what I'm saying is that there's no amount of money, no amount of cars, no amount of any of those things is ever going to be able to equate to the experiences and things that you would get out of a relationship and having a family. None. It would cannot even close.
What's so funny? We needed you when we were talking about the table comment earlier, because that was awesome. The companionship was needed, in life later on, because you see it from a medical standpoint as a medical person now.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody else want to add?
Now you got to put that chick out of the car at about 2 dates. You don't get.
I'm like hurting for cash. I'm like, I could have really used that one.
Oh, why does he keep doing that? I haven't even touched the thing. Is that you mistaken? Oh, it reminds me of they need to get together.
Like that was probably we're all dumber for listening to it. That was quite idiotic. Like she made a decent point at the very beginning by saying that men kind of see women as resources, but not in the way she said it. Not like like, oh yeah, you're that equipment over there. No. If you're the right woman, we're going to use you to benefit our lives, to help benefit your life. Like it all works in tandem. It's not one where it's, oh man, I'm just gonna use this girl. So she needs her view. I need to get out of it what I can because all he's gonna do is use me. Not that way. Like that's not the way we would we actually view it necessarily. That's where she was way off. I was like, man, yep, 2 dates, put her out the car. If she ain't
But
gave it
I
to you,
think that
put her
was
out the car. That's
exactly what she was saying. I think she was expressing the same views that the guy had in the other video, just from a woman's perspective, in a sense of saying, like how I've heard, that saying about why buy the cow when you could get the milk for free. I think what she's saying in this situation is, if you're gonna get this milk, you ain't getting it for free. So I think in that sense, that's what she was saying. Now, I don't agree with it, because I just think everything sounds so transactional. If I take you on 3 dates, you got to give me the cookies. If I go on, if I'm going to give you my time, then you got to give me your money. Like, all of that sounds very transactional. There is nothing about uh being in each other's company to form some kind of relationship. And
that.
that, to
But do
me,
you think that?
no
But do you
sense.
think the problem is? But let's just be honest. I think that the great thing about these two are they're honest about how they feel about the situation. The problem is when one person is going in as transactional and the other person is really dating with intent. And those two get together, and then one person is like, what just happened? And so that person feels like they've been manipulated, when in actuality, there are tons of people out here who are doing exactly what those two are doing. They just need to be with each other and stop involving people who are not trying to do that, who are looking for relationships.
So I don't know that I agree with that, right? I think that is true for the second video, but I don't think that's true for the first one. For that girl to say I thought we were together, he was not honest with her about him being transactional.
I'm
Right?
talking
That's what
about
I'm
from
saying.
the
No, this
men's.
was.
I'm
Oh, you
talking
talking about
from
you?
the
I'm
men's
mistaken.
point in that video, not the girl's point in the previous video. I'm talking strictly from the man's point in that video. He saw that as transactional because he's like, "Yo, I took you on
Right.
10 dates, so
No,
I
no,
should."
I think we can agree that he saw it that way, but I was
Mhm.
addressing what Shan was saying about um like the upfront honesty about it being transactional. But here's
Gotcha.
the other thing, right? Is like
So which part are you talking about? What did I say? Just to understand.
maybe I misunderstood you, but it sounded like you were saying that like both those people were being upfront about seeing things as
No, no,
transactional.
no, no. What I'm saying is what happens is they're being upfront as far as these videos are concerned. They're not being upfront with their mates. If those two were to get
Got
together,
it.
it would be great. But the problem is the person who thinks to transactional is getting with the person who's thinking love, and they're not that's not being communicated. And so now one feels like they're being manipulated, So that's what I was saying.
Got it. Got it. Sorry, that's my misunderstanding. Um, yeah, I 100% can agree with that statement, right? And I think that's unfortunately the real world, and I think that's why vetting is so important, and I think that's also why women keeping their knees together is so important, because as much as we can praise honesty, honesty does not necessarily mean having moral character, right? Because you can be upfront about wanting to be very transactional, but if that's not the same value system that the other person possesses, that's not necessarily a good thing, right? Yes, you were being honest. Thank you for allowing me to have the choice to stay or go. However, like, I don't think that that makes what they're communicating necessarily good. I think sometimes people mix that part up too, if that makes any sense.
Or when they say, "Oh," when she asks, "Well, are you looking to be in a relationship?" and he says yes, but then he's thinking, "But not with you," but he doesn't say that part, so she believes he's talking about with her. So
And
that happens
I
a
just
lot.
want to I just want to touch on one quick point that I don't think anybody's addressed yet. I think this is why it's so important. It's important with what we say on these panels and on YouTube as a whole and on TikTok and what you post on Instagram. It's important what we put out there. In the first video, the young man's like, yo, baby, you already got 2 kids. I don't see why you would even keep it from me. He heard that shit from somewhere. And I think it's important on the message that we are putting out, that people are consuming, and we're smarter with our words and what we're choosing to say. when I I heard it all the time before I even got on any of these platforms. Like why would you keep it from me? And even Kevin Samuels would say some of those things to women like, yo, you already have 3 kids. Like, what it, what are you gonna make him hold out for? And in my mind, I'm like, I don't necessarily agree with that message. I understand kind of what you're trying to say, but that doesn't mean I agree. And we need to be careful with what we put out there because the young man was working under an assumption that isn't necessarily what she was looking for. And I just think we need to be cautious on how we package the messaging.
So, with you saying that, AP, and like all of this turmoil all over the internet about, baby mamas or single mothers, however you want to put it, is I know I think the women kind of will see it from the same way, but I'm curious from the gentleman, is there this messaging that baby mamas are to be played with and not wifed? That like that's kind of the ongoing expectation that men are taught that like this isn't somebody that you settle down with, and so it's reasonable that men look at women who have children in that way.
I oh, that's a very good question. Um, so I will say this, and y'all may disagree. On the whole, if a man is trying to get sex, an easy target is a single mom. They're truly easy targets. Um, you don't like, and not everybody's built to be a stepdad. Like that, in my opinion, I think that takes a special kind of man. I personally would be a terrible stepdad. It's not. I'm not built for it. God didn't put that in me. So it wouldn't be a good idea for me to date a woman with kids.
It's yours. So
I
you're looking for more kids, AB?
I'm open, but they got to be mine.
Okay.
Like I said, because I don't think I would treat them the same. I don't think I could treat them the way that a dad is supposed to treat kids. They definitely wouldn't get the treatment that mine got. If that makes sense. And I just think that it takes a very special person to
I
to 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 really be in the life of a single mom because it takes a lot of understanding and it takes a lot of patience, especially if she has kids that are under the age of 12,
for
because
sure.
she can't move the way you as a single man without kids or with adult kids can move. Like if I wanted to get up and say, "Hey, I want to I want to go to Dallas." She can't necessarily just pop up and say, "Hey, yeah, let's go." And that would be an expectation that I would carry. And then if I went by myself, I would be like, "Why the fuck am I going by myself?" And so I think that to answer, hopefully, I'm answering the question, Enos. Um, to answer the question, the messaging should be: are you the kind of man that's willing to be a stepdad and that can be, and understand that a woman with children takes patience if you're really trying to date. If you're trying to smash, you got to let a woman with children know. You got to let them know, right? Like to me, that's one of those you let them know right out the gate and let them have a choice. You have to, and it's only fair to them. My
You
opinion.
you know what's I always say if you're a single mom out there, I do not think you should be dating men who don't have kids. Ideally, you want him to have a kid your kid's age. Ideally, you want him to. I looked at. I'm 40 something years old. I only date older men. They ain't trying to have no more kids. So ideally, that's the situation. Well, I know a lot of women don't want to do that, especially if you're younger and you have kids. I mean, that's kind of a crazy situation to be in. But ideally, you want to be with someone who is experiencing the same thing you're experiencing and who does not want to have more children. Because a man who wants to have more children can go to somebody who doesn't have kids. But a man who does not want more kids, he's not going to get with somebody who wants kids because he does not want to have more kids. Does that make sense? And it would be unfair to date a woman who wants kids knowing that you don't want to have more kids. It's just my opinion.
So I'm going to hear modern Renaissance man's take for I respond to AP.
I kind of got lost. I'm sorry. Because I was.
So I'll the question. So do you feel like there is messaging out there or enough of it to think that it's reasonable that there's a large population of men that assume that baby mamas are to be messed with and not to be wifed?
Oh yeah, to that I could agree. And the reason why, because like I said, the community work that we do, you know, that's even just growing up in the hood, that was pushed out a lot. It was like an expectation. Like it was no different than you knowing that, you know, you're supposed to wake up in the morning, brush your teeth type deal. Everybody just kind of knew that just the way it was. Not that it's right, but I think that fact that stigma is out there like that and so many people have adopted onto it is just like an expectation. And it's really bad, but at the same time, should it be that way? No. But at the same time, all those women that may be in that position, they all got their own reasons why they're there. If they're there because they were just always, you know, when they started off being fast and you already knew it, she gonna end up being like this when she gets older, versus someone that had a different situation where they were with somebody who they thought they were going to spend their life with and they got a child or two kids by them. It didn't work out. Then they was sad about that is that they get put in the same exact category when it could have been a very good woman who was with a man. She did everything she was supposed to do, but he just was no good and did things he wasn't supposed to do. They're split. And now she's left with that same type stereotype that's left with her. And yeah, it could be unfair, but that's why I say I push before you. I don't push the whole get in the box. I push intentions to marry. I mean, I know some people say, well, being in a long-term relationship, then, but oh, I mean, I'm just like, no, not even that. I'm talking about intentions and getting married. Otherwise, I don't deal with men or women who don't have no intentions to get into a relationship to marry. I just don't. To us, it may be some work for somebody else, but to me and what we do, it's a waste of our time to do that.
No, I appreciate that. And I think I'm glad that I let you speak before responding to AP, because I think that was kind of my pushback to the statement you were making was more so, I don't know that it's necessarily about like being equipped to be a stepdad. And I think it's more so about the way society in general sees baby mamas, right? Like sometimes there isn't even that delineation between women who are divorced and women who have had children out of wedlock. Like that's how stigmatizing that stereotype can be, right? So I don't know if it's about whether you're ready to be a stepfather or equipped to be a stepfather. I think it's more so the way that that category of women is viewed specifically.
Now, being a stepfather is a very specific, particular type of thing. Like you have to have the correct mindset to be a stepfather. Like that's literally a tool that a man would have to have, or like have to be like you got to be in the right mental space to be a stepdad. Not just in dad can be a stepdad. Like for me, there's no way in hell I could really do it. Like I'm not gonna give that kid that doesn't have my last name the time and attention that kid would need and likely deserve from a male figure in his life. Like, I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it.
I have a
because I'm not
question
equipped to.
about that, but we're going to go ahead and read them soup chats real quick.
No, if you have a question about that, go ahead and answer that because I don't want to go back. Like I wanted to be in between stations.
Okay, it was more so asking AP, do he feel that the same thing on the opposite end, like, well, for a woman, do you think it takes a special woman to be able to be a stepmom, or you think that the roles or expectations are different between being a stepdad versus a stepmom?
I think it's important for a guy to lay it out, to set the guidelines of what the stepmom would do and be and how that actually looks. I think that I'm not a woman, so it's hard for me to answer that, but I think it takes a little bit less in regards to the mental space. If the guy's like, okay, you don't really need to be in little Bobby's life. Like your role is in my life. Like I don't. It's not the same when you're entering a woman the way Western society is set up now. It's not the same as entering into a single mom's life. I don't think. Again, I'm not a woman, so it's hard for me to answer that.
Yeah,
I
Because
would
for me, like for a woman coming into my situation, it is, hey, we're already here. They're already going this direction. Your interaction just simply needs to be a pleasant one. I don't need you to be active in the kid's life. Like that's not her role, and it wouldn't be the same. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, is that would that be based on whether that child's mother is still active in that child's life?
Well, that's
You know what
another
I mean?
benefit that
Like
I
I
have.
get that. Like, and the reason why I say this is because I have someone that I was a big brother to, and I completely discouraged him, and I was telling him I didn't think that he should marry someone that, you know, him and his girl in our church, they had a huge interest in each other. She has 2 children by 2 different men, and you know she was in the church she was in our started attending our church a good while, good girl, and I still, because I knew him and I mentored him, I still just like, hey, you know, I don't think you should do this. And it wasn't because she wasn't a good woman with the kids. It's because out of his family, he's the last male, and her tubes were already tied.
Oh.
So I was like, bro, I'm just saying, I get that she's good. I get that but I'm saying, but you're the last male in y'all family. Like, what are you gonna be able to pass down? And despite of all that, you know, he chose to do, you know, I said, but you grown, you know, he chose to go ahead and marry her. And they've been married for probably, I would say, maybe 11 years now. But at the same time, you know, he's never gonna, unless something happened to her and he got with somebody else or they got divorced and moved on. But I just couldn't. I told him the truth. I just didn't think that it was a good idea to not be able to have your own children, at least, you know. So
I think stepdads are supermen. I really do. Like it just takes so much to be, because like coming. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I know AP, you can go on for like 15 minutes.
My bad. Go ahead.
I wanted to jump in there because I think the question was about stepmoms, because I've seen it, you know, we're in education, we see it both ways. And what I think that just as important, I know we focus, especially the men in this space, they focus so much on, you know, don't date the single mom. But I would say, even when you are a man and you have a child, you have a great relationship with a child, it is so important that you find a woman, because men, for whatever reason, think that all women are mothers, and they are absolutely not. You have to watch the woman you have around your kid. Cinderella, that was, I know it's a fictional character, but it was based on some reality, okay? Women will be conniving. They will pull you away from your kids. There are men who are not involved in their kids' life because of the woman they chose to marry after they broken up with the baby mama. You understand what I'm saying? So I think that position is also, I think it needs to go both ways. When men go into a relationship with women, you need to find out where her head is, and you'll be amazed. Someone will play that role like they love your kid, and once they have you, they marry you, all of a sudden your relationship with your kid is like a jealousy thing.
and then there's a preparation that has to happen as well. You know, if the woman is going to be prepared for that man to come in there and actually be bringing the discipline to the child, you know, because I mean, I'm just keeping it real. You can find it within being married 20 some odd years. You see within your own, like, okay, if I'm getting on my child, well, he didn't do nothing. That babe, don't. Well, I'm just saying, all he did was don't. I'm still okay, babe. You can try to save him, but I'm still getting him. Now, if you're doing it with your own wife, with your own child, let alone another woman who has her own child, and you know, and you coming in and you being the man. You see what I'm saying? It's like, no, don't worry about it. He's my son, and but it's like, but you want me to be the man. See, that's what I'm saying. It's like, and that can go both ways. You know, if it's a woman coming into a man's life and he got kids, is he going to allow her to actually try to be that motherly like type figure to his child? And then, like I said, so many variables in there, because is the mother still involved in that child's life, and vice versa if he's going with a single
possessive individual? Some of them are jealous. Some of them, you know, you will be amazed at what you already know how women are. But I just think that I just want men to understand that. I understand we preach it one way, but I need you also to open your eyes to the woman that you choose. especially if you have a young child, because 9 out of 10, she's the woman in the house. She's going to be spending a lot of time with your child. Okay, especially if they're younger. They're older, that's different. But if they're younger kids.
So I think to what AP was saying earlier, it goes both ways, right? As much as he was saying he wouldn't be able to treat someone else's children the way that he treats his, some women move like that too, where they're not able to treat somebody else's children as if they were their own. And I think that's really the misconception to what you were saying, Shan, that there's like this inherent maternal nature to all women. If that were true, then all women would be wives and we would never be talking about who's wifeable and who's a 304, right? Like the statements just contradict each other.
Absolutely. So we just wanted to put it out there because I know people don't like to look at it both ways, but where you're listening, you're hearing it here. Don't think that you're a baby daddy. You can move any type of way you want. You can bring a woman into your life. You will be amazed at what women would do to tear you apart from your child or make it a miserable experience for your child when you're not watching. So, anybody else want it? Now we can go to super chats. Go ahead, Mistaken. That was a good question, Mistaken, but go ahead.
Pull them up. Ina's going to read.
Okay.
The Orange Pill Nurse, $4.99. This is Inaz. Instead of Black women thinking that they're getting attention equaling more options, Black women think that their education/money should give them better options. They're two sides of the same coin. Like, if you have the education, that's your leg up. If you don't, it's the attention. I think, the coin is still the coin, whether it's heads or tails. Michael Richardson, $5. I'm with AP. I have never experienced the issue with women in life. What men experience today. Ray Alexander, $10. At the Orange Pill Nurse. Unfortunately, because of the low college enrollment rates and college graduation rates of Black men, Black women are the only women that typically don't marry their equal or marry up. Sir Shy 87. Good point, AP, about the gift of gab. I haven't heard that in forever.
I use it all the time.
Ray Alexander, $10. Black women, college graduates face the most serious shortage of potential marital partners with similar or higher levels of education and income. And that's quoted from Mismatches in the Marriages Market from Cornell University. Can I address that real quick?
Sure.
I think that status and socioeconomics let me rephrase that. Social status and socioeconomic status are looked at significantly differently in the Black community. Your match can still be somebody who does not have formal education, but because of the way that our minds have been colonized around formal education, Black women are trained to think that you have to have formal education in order to be equally yoked in terms of education. The world is so much bigger than that, right? And I think once we start to unlearn that teaching, we'll see that there isn't really a shortage. You just have to look past the piece of paper. The Orange Pill Nurse, $9.99. This is the same woman who said that if men and women had their own separate worlds, women would be working together and men would be trying to R-word each other.
What?
Maybe that's the lady
On the video.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I don't know her work, so
I didn't see the video, but let me guess. Was it Princella? Was it Princella?
No,
it
wasn't.
That you should you should make him pay before you have sex with him, basically.
You're pay to get the phone number.
So Shy 87, $2.
Kool-Aid.
Are you drinking? It's a peach soda.
Kool-Aid. Whenever the glass is that big, it's Kool-Aid.
Yeah, that was her name, Marcus. Queen. Her name was Queen Maker.
That is Princella. Princella the Queen Maker.
We know you don't drink Kool-Aid.
If that's the lady name, hold on, let me see. Can
Queen
you just
Maker, yeah, that was her name.
So Ray Alexander, $5. Maybe men should date women within their budget and social class and not frustrate themselves or ridicule women out of their lane.
Oh my God.
We're gonna talk about that next. So keep
right.
your oh my gosh, and we're gonna go into that, okay?
The Orange Pill Nurse, $4.99. So women should close their legs until marriage or in a relationship, while also saying their kids and body count shouldn't matter in another breath.
I never said body count should matter. Never said it.
I think so. I think I get what she's getting at in this comment. I don't know that we're saying that. I think this statement was more so like there shouldn't be an expectation for people to continue to repeat things that they want to change. Like, people should be allowed to grow out of bad habits or thinking patterns that don't suit them. Like, we shouldn't be beholden to those people, to those behaviors, and give people the opportunity. So if a woman wants to close her legs after she's had a child, like, sure, body count still counts, but why would you continue to rack up bodies if you always make
My thing is, why would you continue the same pattern of behavior that got you in the situation to begin with? What I don't like is the expectation that if you mess up, now you're devalued and therefore you shouldn't have any standards anymore and just take whatever you can get.
And my thing is
that's the part that bothers me, because if you continue the same behavior, then you're going to end up being a multiple baby mama by multiple baby daddies by that standard. So my thing is, when you're coming across a woman, even if she had 1, 2, 3 kids, to already have the expectation that because she has kids, then you are beholden to me to give it up too. That logic just don't add up to me. I mean, it's like you're saying she should never change her ways, but then at the same time you'll talk about her for not changing her ways. So that just doesn't make any sense to me. So,
okay.
I still have never asked a woman what her body count was. Never in my life. I've never asked, hey, you know what, girl? How many niggas you done slept with? I need to know. Because if it's more than 4, I gotta go. That's the dumbest shit I have ever heard. Like, you learn everything you need to learn from the context of the conversations that you have. If you don't know how to dialogue, that's your problem.
I think too is that what we find that happens, and this just from, like I said, because we do counseling and all that, is that there's this thing, and it's a phenomenon called retro jealousy. And what can happen is that, I'm gonna give you an example. Some of my friends, colleagues that are doctors too, they, let's just say they recently married. I'm trying to give not too many details, but let's just say their wife, okay, their wife that they're with, and they've been with this wife maybe 5 years, and it came out that she did have a high body count. There's this thing called retro jealousy that literally drives and it's mostly men. It drives them crazy to the extent to where a lot of them are leaving their wives for that reason, because they can't cope with the fact that their wife was that particular type of way. And the way that they found out was not necessarily through conversation, but it was through, just think, if you're in the medical field and so you end up working in a hospital in the same town where a lot of people come through, and you end up having a patient come through, oh, that's your wife, oh, my boy, da 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 da, or she, and when they find out that way, it's like this. It messes them up, because now as men, from these particular guys, there's this type of thing to where it's like now they become competitive. Like, man, how do I know if these dudes that they're talking about didn't give it to you better than I did? And a lot of them can't deal with that. So they literally divorce them over it.
Motherfuckers think like that?
I kid you not. It's called retro jealousy. And the thing is, whenever we would see a patient or something like that, it would show up on the chart. Like, for example, let's just say if I have a patient and I see on the chart that they're dealing with like depression, or they taking pills for anxiety, whatever like that. A lot of times, because if you're trying to wean them from it, you do kind of want to get to it like, hey, what's causing you anxiety? Well, I talked to a psychiatrist. She says, I'm dealing with some retro jealousy, man. My wife had like 15 da 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 da, and I a few of the guys I know, and I didn't know, and it messes with them big time. Men have it way worse than what women do, because men are not as forgiving when it comes to that because of how competitive they are.
Jesus. Boy,
Question.
I'm glad some of these men didn't go to college with their wives. When I went to school with them, good Lord.
Maybe it's a good thing these black men are not going to college.
Jesus. Like that is nuts.
Enos, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Well, they found out at homecoming when they married a freak.
So to that point, right? Like, I've heard men across a few panels talk about how they can get a rough estimate about a woman's body count based on the way she moves, right? I think that's how it's positioned, like the way she reacts to certain comments, the way that she so if that's true, right? Are these men who were shocked lying to themselves and like not looking at the red flags, or is the statement that men can tell without asking the question just total BS?
Well, what you will find is that a lot of them did things based off of infatuation from the beginning. Like, you got a good looking, you got a good looking wife or of that nature. A lot of them, they see past all of that because they was just so infatuated how beautiful their wife was and how feminine she was and all that. They look until they get into a relationship and the butterflies. That's why I say the butterflies and everything kind of goes down and you able to actually look at things. And once the relationship is going and those, who, ha, ha, oh, you hang up, I hang up type stuff. Once all that is out of the way and the dust settles, you get into real conversations. Either they reveal it to them by asking, or like I said, I'll say from where I'm working at, and this between Chicago and St. Louis, I would say about 75% of them found out like through the grapevine, and it's crazy. And I'm telling these men, it drives them completely crazy.
I have a question. Is it a difference between the black men and white men finding out, or is it
they the same? And matter of fact, black men have it harder. Black men handle it way worse than what the white men do. The white men, I'm just being real. The white men seem to handle it worse if they found out that their wives actually were with a black person before. but with black men, their biggest thing is but both men equally have this thing to where they just said, I'm kidding y'all. It's weird. If they see the patient, I'm just calling the patient, if they see the person that came to the hospital that people are saying, these nurses are saying, oh yeah, he was with your wife, and oh, that guy, they were, and he see this guy. Men have this thing. We're competitive. That's why when we're kids, we can look at each other. When we're growing up, I'm stronger than you. I'm faster than you. I bet you I can. Boys, where we just built like that. So if you see a guy and you look at him, you're like, okay, this dude is a decent looking guy. He kind of looking muscular. Now here I am. These other doctors. I'm just talking about the guys that I work around. They're like, I'm like what interest do she see in me? I just I'm like I got a dad bod, and this dude look in shape and all. They start to do all this stuff in their head, and then they start picturing like, I bet he was probably smashing the mess out of my wife. What am I doing, man? And and then if yeah, it's called, y'all can look at it. This I would say within the past 4 or 5 years is where this new thing has come up. I never even heard of. I'm like, retro jealousy. Even though you wasn't there, they still would. And that's why a lot of times they say that's why it's a good don't ask, or better yet, you vet your woman long enough to know. It's just if you want to go down that road, like all I want to know is where we live at today. Will we run into anybody from your past? And if you like, well, yeah, we will. Well, we don't. We need to move or something more.
Hold on, AP. I see your face. Let me ask you this, bro.
Marcus, you laughing a little too hard. You done set quite a few women up. I'm guessing because of how hard
I would look. I'll be smooth about this shit. I wouldn't tell nobody that. I just smile like, oh. And he's like, you went to school with her? I think so. I'm not really sure. That's about as much answer as I'm gonna give you, because men, they gonna be, I ain't about to play them games. I'm laughing because I'm picturing somebody walking into a doctor's office and looking at your family and being like, oh damn, she can suck a mean. And then you just
no. So what they do is more from like it's messed up. I'm telling you, hey, it hurts them, man. I'm kidding. I'm telling you, it's weird, but it hurts them. Like, okay, well, one example is one of them came in there and it was just more or less like, okay, let's just say if I was in a picture with my guy and we all have our families, and he'll say, oh, that's such and such. Oh yeah, I know his wife. I went to school with her. They'll say something like that, and then if I go and say, oh yeah, the guy that I just had, Mr. Patient John Doe, oh, he said he went to school with your wife. He's like, who, John Doe? Yeah, John Doe. And then he goes home and said, oh yeah, this guy came in, he seen Ty, and he said he knew you from school. And then she just, I mean, they just this, what's his name, John Doe, and she, oh yeah. It's like, wait, see, that's when it's like, well, how much do you know him? Well, you know, and then that's, you know, if he comes in again, he tells me, hey Ty, hey, I'll see him this time, and next thing you know, he gets to ask him, so how do you know my wife? Oh, I went to school with her. You know, your wife was da-da-da. So like when you say you knew her, like y'all dated, or oh yeah, we went out, and that's when it just goes down that rabbit hole. And yep, he goes home. So I talked to John Doe. He told me that y'all had a few days. You never told me about this, and did y'all do this? And she, well, I don't want to talk about. So y'all did, and it just goes from there.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's crazy.
That's funny as hell. I don't know if you see House Party where that dude was like, they used to call it jawbone. Y'all seen that episode?
Your wife sucked the meanest. No, so
hilarious. Oh man, I feel sorry for anybody who's going through that though. I don't mean to laugh at your pain. Retroactive.
Okay, we have to go to the next one,
I will laugh at your pain. That's dumb shit. Like you gotta fix your self-esteem and your ego. Stop it. Stop it.
See,
you ain't the only dick that's been in there. You are 40 years old. There have been multiple dicks inside of that thing. Stop it. Stop it. Don't trick yourself. You're not the biggest. You're not the longest. You're not the widest. You were the coolest dude when y'all got together. And accept that. Run with it, bruh. Let it go. Let it go. Because I'm going to tell you what she was doing with the frat house. Don't let me tell you what went down up in that mother. Remember that time when Luke came? Ask your wife about when Luke came to the frat house.
All right, you guys, we got to go to the next super check so we can go to the meat and the potatoes.
So Shy 87, $2. Shan, that was deep about the Cinderella stepmom. I agree. That was good.
It's real out here. All right, you guys, down to the meat and potatoes. You guys, dating within your budget. And I know Mr. Renaissance has a lot of this because I know that he was not in his head on a lot of it. But here we go. And we're gonna do two videos. I'm gonna do two videos back to back just so we can get it all in, and I don't have to because we're for time purposes. So.
Then date within your budget. Because if you know spending $150 on a date is going to put you in a financial crisis, then that just goes to show that you are irresponsible with your thinking and also your finances. And for these fellas that feel this type of way, you got the game on. Dating is an investment. Dating doesn't mean that you're guaranteed anything from that person. Dating is an investment for that person's time, energy, and effort to engage with you so y'all can get to know each other better. Just think like the stock market. You put your money in and you invest your money in. Doesn't mean that it's guaranteed that you're always going to be in the plus. So with this mentality, you're going to continue to set yourself up for failure.
Tired of paying $150 for a first date, and then you just ghost me. And the next week, I'm like hurting for cash. I'm like, I could have really used that $150.
Then date.
Sorry, I started in the middle, but I'll let you see the beginning. Next video.
Super wise.
All right, I hope you guys were able to see both videos.
So the first video, dude was super thirst trapping, and was that a robe or like a sheer bra top he had?
Well, that was the thing. I couldn't get past it because he had the same thing I had on.
I was kidding.
Well, actually, what he was actually trying to explain to you, particularly, is that
you had the same thing I had on. I was like, oh, do we go to the same place to shop? Because you got the same robe on.
Look, I got to.
Honestly, you might have to replay that first video because dude's voice was so soft and
he was reeling you in.
Like,
okay,
like no, he wasn't. The whole time I'm thinking this dude take it through the backyard. Like that's what I'm thinking this whole time. Like I couldn't get that damn thought out of my head. I'm like, I can't even take this dude serious.
All right, so I'm gonna split them up, okay? I just wanted y'all to know another video was coming because we know we can stay on the topic for like 2 hours. So I'm gonna play the video again. Once I find it down here. Okay, here it is. Right here. Hold on. Let me make sure it's at the beginning. Yeah, this time.
of paying 150 for a first date and then you just ghost me. And the next week I'm like hurting for cash. I'm like, I could have really used that 150.
Then date within your budget. Because if you know spending $150 on a date is going to put you in a financial crisis, then that just goes to show that you are irresponsible with your thinking and also your finances. And for these fellas that feel this type of way, you got the game all. Dating is an investment. Dating doesn't mean that you're guaranteed anything from that person. Dating is an investment for that person's time, energy, and effort to engage with you so y'all can get to know each other better. Just think like the stock market. You put your money in and you invest your money in. Doesn't mean that it's guaranteed that you're always going to be in the plus. So with this mentality, you're going to continue to set yourself up for failure. And you wonder why you're being ghosted.
This nigga
Okay, you might have to play the video where it just shows the words and I can't hear the voice.
I can't either.
I'm
dying.
Like it's like the voice don't match the dude, and I'm trying to sort out like who is he talking to.
So basically, let me just so we don't
$150.
You guys
like dude at the beginning, like okay, so at the beginning
Did y'all not understand the message though? What was
come on, y'all.
All right.
I don't know. I was trying to read it.
Look, I think I got it. He said,
okay, go ahead, Marky. You
if
first.
you make $150, no, if you spend $150 on a date and you financially struggling after you spend $150, then you don't got big sea moss energy, and you probably shouldn't have went on that date. And you should either not date or date within your budget. So,
right. You got it.
I would agree. It's a bad financial decision if you don't got $150 to spend that on a date, unless you're a gigolo. Then maybe you can sell some D. I don't know. Mm-hmm. Other than that, you probably should keep your $150 to yourself.
I actually agree with what he said. You date within your means, and everybody ends are not the same. So to tell, I guess some people, well, you shouldn't even date if you ain't got money like that. No, if they are average, like we talked about, average salary, right? So if you are having an average salary, then you need to go on a date that fits within that budget, because the worst thing that you can do is wine or dine. Oh my goodness. I did The worst thing that you could do is you spent $150 and that's outside of your budget. You've already set the standard of expectation for that woman that when you go out, this is going to be your minimum, or this is what you're going to spend on me every single time. If that's your first date, you have to get, at least based on the date to coochie ratio, you're gonna have to date her at least 3 times. So he's gonna be out of luck. So I definitely agree you should date within your budget, and make that clear as well. So so there wouldn't be any pretense or any expectations outside of what you can do.
So mistaken. The message that he gave was, he was right.
I can't hear you.
You don't have the money. If you don't have the money, you should not go out on the expensive dates. Date inside of your budget. Go on long walks at the park. You should go on the long walk, or maybe coffee or tea. But don't spend $150 if you don't have $150. I'm sorry.
You doing that a little too well. Look like you.
I think AP's been wanting to do this for a minute. I think this is his opportunity.
So I want to address it from a different perspective, right? Like the video. I know that he's trying to talk to young men who feel the pressure to spend that kind of money to get the kind of women they're looking for. I want to talk about it from like the woman's point of view or perspective in dealing with a man like that. that man is immediately going to feel like, because he put himself out by spending that money, he's immediately going to feel like you owe him something. Whether it's time, whether it's the box, whether it's your energy, whatever it is, like those type of men are the type of men to throw in your face the amount of money that they spend on you, kind of like the first video that we watched, the time that they spend with you. They're looking on a fixed return on their investment, right? Because they're not actually investing, they're using money as a substitute for investment in terms of interpersonal reactions, right? It is really unsafe for women to deal with a man like that. And unfortunately, you don't know what it is that you're getting yourself into unless you're actually dealing with a man like that. So I'm a firm advocate in, like, having some conversations with a man before going on a date with him. Like, feel him out, kind of try to understand his energy, how he thinks about certain things. We know that women do a little bit of FBI investigation. I think it's really important when it comes to men that he's talking about, because you can wind up very quickly in the same situation as the young lady from the first video of thinking that you're in a relationship and this person is investing in you as a person, when really they're just transactionally looking to get out of the interaction what they're intending to.
I think, what happened to, I don't know. I can see. So what do you think that first date is for? I know we know it's for conversation, but when a woman wants to be taken to a nice restaurant, I think that's to get to know your style, right? Would that be would you guys agree with that? To know.
I would say too, I don't know if it's that, but I would almost say that to me, I would feel like to go to that extent right there already, you already want me to treat you like you my wife already.
For
You know what I
sure.
mean? Like that type of thing like that. That's for somebody that's going to be like my wife, or we already moved past a few stages for me to be taking you and doing something to that extent. But no, again, I think the issue that we have here is that people forget why they're going on the date versus where they're going on the date. Why are you going on this? Are you going on this date so you can have the experience of being wine and dine at a high level end restaurant? Because if that's the case, that's all you're going for, is to get that high end level restaurant experience.
Sure.
Versus you going there actually trying to literally get to know who this person is that is taking you out. You know what I mean? So they need to differentiate between those two, because if that's the case, anybody can do that to you. You know what I mean? Like he where he take you? Oh, he took me to such. He took you to that little what he spent $30. See, now we talking about a dollar amount. What was the purpose of y'all even going out there? Period. Because if that's the case, then money is not nothing you'll be talking about. Who cares how much your food costs?
Let me say, I kind of wanted to put a website together about nice places with nice, like the ambiance is nice, but they're not expensive, but it gives you like a feeling of, expense, so to speak. I think, and the reason why I say that is, for me, I like to find a guy. I like to see what his taste is. Like, what I want to know what you would choose to go, where you would choose to go. And it has nothing to do with the menu and how much it costs to be there. I want to know what type of environment you're gonna put me in. And the reason why I say that, because this really happened to me, y'all. Met this guy, he was cool, and he chose this place that I wasn't even comfortable getting out of the car. And I thought, why would you bring me here? And he asked me, well, why did you ask me? Like, he didn't understand why I was asking that question. And I kid you not, on the way to the car, he was like, give me a second. He goes into the car and pulls out a gun. And I thought, are you serious right now? This is why I asked you that. Like, why would you even bring me here?
Protection.
To be fair, you're in Atlanta. They need that gun anywhere.
Yes,
right.
but that's your.
I mean, Chicago, we do the same thing.
I agree with you, but I didn't feel comfortable even getting out of the car. I knew that this was not an area in which we should be in. I would never be in. And so, to me, for you to bring me here, I'm okay with the menu, like, because more than likely I'm just gonna get vegetables anyway. I never order an entree. I always get veggies, like Brussels sprouts, asparagus. That's my thing. But I just want to know your style, like how you move, like your, something about you. So if you take a situation like this young man, and that's not really your style, you're kind of perpetrating, or you're trying to Like, I'm not really getting to know you. My whole point is to get to know you. Like, what would you choose? If you choose a coffee shop and it's a nice coffee shop, I'm okay with that because it's your style. Like, maybe you like to drink coffee and talk. Me too.
See, but
So
what if it's not that it's not what if it, see, it's too many questions in there, because then this comes down to like this. What if I'm taking you there, not that it's my style, but I'm only doing it because I'm trying to impress you, even though this is really not me.
That's when it becomes a problem.
That's what I'm saying.
That's when it becomes a problem because that's not you. You're setting this false set,
Right.
like this is
But
you, and it's not you.
and yet you can feel that if I do that, you're saying, oh, well, he has really good taste. No, I actually don't. I'm only doing it because I'm trying to impress you. So then it's like,
right.
So I hear what you're saying, Shan, but here's the thing. I think everybody on the panel's over the age of 30. I think our generation is a little bit different, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think we understand that, right? You're feeling each other out on that first date. Whereas with like a lot of these younger kids or the men who are dating women who are under the age of 30, they don't move like that, right? Like their reality is very different. If you are not spending that 150, like that's it. You're not getting the box. You're not getting a second date. You're not getting any real interaction on that date. Like you're getting like the cold shoulder, right? So I think there's like very different level of perception that they have.
But is that the one that you want? That would be a early. Would that not be a red flag early on? Like I dodged a bullet.
So I don't think so, right? And here's why. I think that there's two sets of goals. Men who are in that age category dating women in that age category, they're looking for somebody. Men who are older dating women in that age category, it's more so about like the not just that.
That's neck in the cheeks.
Yeah. So that's part of it, right? Because 3 days is really not a lot. But I think the other part of it is that like they have something to prove, right? Their level of being vetted may not necessarily be the same as somebody who's closer to their age as these younger girls. So if I can blindside you with all of these extravagant things, then maybe you'll overlook the things that women who are a little more experienced are able to vet out, right? So I think it depends on the demographic of who's dating those women. I don't think a lot of men see it. And I think the other thing, last thing, men are really competitive, right? If she is really that attractive girl, if she really has a decent personality, she doesn't even have to have like the best personality. If she has a decent personality, she's an 8, 9, 10, men are going to compete. And in order to compete, you gotta put your wallet up in comparison to other men, right? So I think it's easier to judge men on you should know better when it comes to that. You should be dodging these bullets, but really men have been complaining about the quality of women that exist and still have to compete to figure out who is a quality woman.
So, if y'all don't mind, first point I just want to tell the guys: if you're going to put yourself in a bind for a date, don't go on that date. That's the number one thing. If it is going to cost you more than you have, and I don't want to use the word to spare, but that you have allotted for that time, don't do it. Number two, home dude in the video is kind of right, because the date, especially the first date, is to get to know someone. That's what it's meant to do. You're not going to really get that over a movie, and you're not going to get that over a fine dining experience. You get that over a walk. You get that over a cup of coffee. That's where you get those a more intimate setting, but laid back, to where you can actually have real conversation and real dialogue with a woman to figure out where her head is at. If your goal is to smash a chick, you don't have to take her to the most expensive spot. As a matter of fact, where you met her, use your words. I don't recommend smashing, going out with that goal.
Smashing. We're not going to even get.
But But think about the guy in the video. At the very beginning of the video, I spent $150. She ghosted me. Now I'm feeling some kind of way. There was in his mind at some point he thought he was gonna get them yum yums, and he didn't get them
Or
yum
maybe
yums.
just to get to know her.
No, you don't spend 100. I guess you could, but I personally could go on a $150 date and not be hurt, right? But why would I do that when the goal would be should be to get to know the person? We're going out here in this dating market, and we're sending young men out here in this dating market with the wrong mindset. Somebody has to explain to these kids that your goal should be to get to know them. And that's where the guy is right. It is a time investment to learn about someone.
Real fancy Nas, because I
And
have a question.
then you don't get to you don't get to 10 dates to where you're kicking somebody out the car because you've learned who they are. And that goes all the way back to that first video. But instead, we got these people going in with these one-track minds, trying to get some of them yams, and they're coming up empty. That's 2 videos in one night where the dudes are coming up empty. Don't spend that money if you don't have it, and if your goal shouldn't be to smash, it should be to get to know them. Stop random smashing, then we can stop the random babies. I'm sorry. It drives me nuts. I'm sorry. It drives me nuts. The men acting stupid drives me bananas.
I wanted to ask a question with Inaz. What do you think? Do you think because one of the comments that you made was if she's this woman, you're trying to compete for her by spending this money. But do you think that so I guess if we're talking about just a high class woman, we're not going to talk about the ghetto beauty queen, but we're talking about a high class woman. Do you think that is like men say you're dating outside of your? That's the whole point. You're dating outside of your budget, so to speak. So and that's where you get confused. Like that's where you get a little
not necessarily,
because if she is looking for that, if she expects that.
So this is why I say not necessarily, right? Because to your point, and I think you should definitely do the website thing. I think if you monetize it, you'd be all right. I think there's this illusion that a really good aesthetic vibe comes with a certain price point. That's not necessarily it. When it comes to women who middle to upper class and above, it's more so about like the ambiance and the experience. Doesn't necessarily mean a walk in the park, but it could be a restaurant that has like really intriguing decor, an out of the box experience in terms of like the culinary experience, right? But I think there's this misconception between men and women of what that experience specifically means. Because not all fine dining establishments are quality establishments, if we're honest, right? And it takes a woman who's experienced enough of those to understand that. So to your point, in terms of like the women looking for a come up, you could take her anywhere with a high price point and, she'd be happy to brag to her friends. But it's not about the idea of like being outside of your price point. I think it's more so about giving off the right first impression that she's intrigued to know more about you. Right? So it may not necessarily
more about you if you can't afford. That's
I understand, right? But like, you wear your best to an interview. That might not be how you dress at the job every day. But when you're interviewing, you really put on your best, right? And I think that's really what we're talking about is like in the first few dates before you actually get to know each other, right? When you're still exploring the representative, people are going to pull out their best. It's a natural, normal human instinct.
I agree with you, but should they though? That it should not. You should not be dating outside of your budget. First of all, you're going to go in debt.
Well, I think you can put your best foot forward based on what you have.
For sure.
So my thing is if you don't have $150 to spare. Like you got to pay rent, or you got to end up missing a bill because you're trying to spend a heavy. Right then and there, for me as a woman, not that I would know, but that would let me know that you're not responsible with your finances, which would then be a concern for me later on. But if I don't have the 150 to spend on a date, but let's say I have maybe $50, $60, I'm going to find something as a man. What I would do is figure out a way that I can be very creative about what kind of date that I can set up that's within that $50, $60. And hopefully whoever I'm with would appreciate that. If they can't, then I would know up front that that's probably not the person that I need to be with, because I know this is what I can afford right now. So
number one, I just want to say real quick, I'll make it really fast. Men out there listening, you are the interviewer, not the interviewee. Stop going in like you are the interviewee. You don't have to put your best foot forward. Be you. She's applying for the job to be your wife, not you applying for the job to be her husband. Stop it. I'm sorry. I just need to.
I want to go, but I want to see. I want to hear what this face is about.
When you go on a job interview, that's not true. Because when you go on a job interview, both of y'all are trying to figure out if this is gonna. No, as the interviewee, you're trying to figure out, is this going to be the place that's going to align with what I'm looking for? So you're asking questions too to see if this is the right fit.
Is it that price?
And that is correct. As the interviewer, you're making sure that person is the right fit for you. That's the mindset that the men need to go in with when they are going on these first, second, third, fourth dates. They need to go in like they are the interviewer, not like they are the interviewee. No, I'm not going to sell how awesome my company is to you. Nope. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. So here's where like I wholeheartedly disagree with you, right? If both parties,
of course,
hang on, let me backtrack. If you are the interviewee and you are a quality candidate, you are vetting multiple options from multiple organizations. You are vetting out the organization just as much as they are vetting you out. So whether you are the interviewer or the interviewee, if both of you don't have alignment in what it is that you're looking for, it's not going to last. Right? And so I understand in terms of like men being leaders, of men who are, the protectors, the providers, the ones who are guiding. I get what you're saying in terms of that reference of like, you're in charge, you get to make that final decision. But men are also looking for women who are willing to get on that program. And if the woman is not also the interviewee that is also interviewing the interviewer, none of this makes sense. You are latching on to somebody where you're getting into that situation where you're a statistic and there's a 50-50 chance of whether or not that's going to work out or not. And I think that's a really dangerous kind of rhetoric to be putting out there, because if you're not equally vetting each other out, we're doomed to repeat what we're complaining about right now.
Okay, so in an interview, who comes in the polo, who comes in the suit, who comes in dressed down, who comes in like they're going to work? The interviewer. Well, like, this is the mindset that the man has to have. I'm interviewing her. I fully understand that she's going to ask me questions. I get it. That's fine. And I'm going to be open and transparent with all of my answers. But I'm not the one being interviewed. She wants the job. And if she doesn't want the job, cool, bet, bam. This was a nice time. Thank you. If I don't fit what she wants, cool, bet. This was a nice time. I appreciate your time.
I actually like this, even though we know it's not like this, I actually like this because at least he's going to show up himself, and we get a good idea of who he truly is. And so there won't be any...
And then we don't have these overspending problems and these issues of these masks that get pulled off in about 3 months, because now I'm going to put you on this budget because the facade that I gave you wasn't the true expectation. Nah, because men go in like you're the interviewer. I'm sorry, that's just how I feel.
Go
And
ahead.
women also go in like you're the interviewer too.
Go ahead, Marcus.
All right, so let me ask y'all this. If I well, first off, I think I want to ask you about the date with the guy. Was he a hood dude or something?
Apparently.
You didn't know that before you went on that date?
I mean, no, I did not.
You wasn't turned on by that a little bit?
No, I was not.
So when he pulled that gun out, you just was like, "Oh my God, I've got to get away from him."
I got in that car so fast.
And left.
That number so fast.
You left.
I did.
All right. Well,
the reason. Okay, so I met him in a career. So just because a person works a certain kind of way doesn't mean they go home that kind of way. It's kind of like he had two different personalities. So I met him in the work environment, and then I went
switching.
Code switching, but it switched like from one extreme to the other. You know what I'm saying? And then this man will be considered what you would consider a high value man. He just wasn't. I felt like if you put me in an environment that is dangerous, you're not looking out for my well-being. You know what I'm saying? At least have a better judgment on. There are thousands of restaurants in Atlanta, and you chose that one.
So look, shit. When I was young and I was dating, one of my go-to things was, I'm gonna take you to this dangerous environment and you're gonna feel safe. Because I'm gonna bring you on the block with me and you're gonna feel safe. And that shit always worked. Yeah, the
worst thing you do to me is not make me feel safe. I'm a Taurus. We like security.
No, I'm saying you would be like it's like you going into a dangerous environment and you know this man got you feeling extremely safe in this environment. Yeah. It instantly build trust. It instantly know you can handle yourself. It accomplished a whole lot of different things. He made
that shit work, Marcus. That shit be working, bro.
And this is a crazy.
Hell no, not on the first date. I don't know you, and I'm trying to get to know you, and you're gonna put me in a situation to prove that you can protect. Don't bring me in a situation that you feel like you have to protect me. I don't want to even be in a situation like that.
And let
my
me
next question was that his neighborhood? Because he might have wanted you to see the respect that he got from other men around him.
But let me add this part to the situation. He goes to the car, he sees something I don't know, and it's a car going slow, I suppose. And he was like, wait, I gotta handle this. It ended up being two teenage kids just.
Was you dating a dude who be like, I got real live ops out here? Was you dating whatever dude?
I don't know what that means. I don't even know.
He a phony. He a phony, Marcus. You know it when you hear it.
He got shot 16 times though.
He didn't even feel comfortable in the environment. He was about to pull a gun out on two teenage boys who was just sitting there minding their own business, going slow for whatever reason. You know, I'm like, no, this is too much. This was too dramatic for me on a first.
All right. So, my other point was this. I gotta agree with AP on this. The number one thing when I hear women talking about,
I hope you don't watch this.
What, he gonna pull up on you and talk about, I got real fucking ops out here. I got real live ops out here. Don't be exposing me. No,
saying I'm on the way. I say it like this: that nigga pull up on you, I'm on the way. Man, I wish he. Man, are you fucking kidding me?
He doesn't know.
Them motherfuckers are soft.
But look, this the reason. This the reason why I agree with AP, because I be preaching this. You have to start how you finish. So don't create no unrealistic expectations.
Absolutely.
Like I know you don't agree with this, you know. Check it out. If I was dating you, right, and I came and picked you up in a G5, like I had a limousine come pick you up from your house, take you to the private jets. We take a trip to the Maldives or someplace in the Horn of Africa and enjoy ourselves. Come back, and then I never ever did it again. How mad would you be? You be like, what? You tricked me, bro. I fell head and heels over love with you, this experience, this whole thing, and you've never done it again. Where is that guy? You spend the rest of that time in that relationship trying to bring that person back.
So I wholeheartedly agree with you, but where I'm coming from is that as a woman, you shouldn't go on that date if he's that extravagant on the first. You don't know this man. Right. And that's where my perspective is like the interviewee still has to interview the interviewer. Right. Like if this man is super extravagant, more than like maybe what you're used to, I think there should be some questions. Right. Like, what's the purpose behind doing this? If you don't know me, why are you investing so much up front?
They just did a movie about a dude who
Women
does
ain't asking that shit.
It's called The Tender Swindler. You seen it?
Mm-hmm.
He literally did that. So I think you used the term love bombing.
No,
that was the way to get them hooked.
So, to that point, yeah,
all of your
exactly.
money.
To that point, right? Because I think that's a really valid point. I'm curious how many women were like, nope, this is a red flag. I'm out, right?
Zero.
No, because I don't know that it's zero, right? Because at the end of the day, like, we don't talk about those women because it's not sensational. People are not going to watch the movie about like the women who said no to the scam artist, right? But I think if you are quality, if you are a quality candidate, I think that you move very differently than somebody who is in a situation where they are desperate.
for sure.
Right. And I
can
think
agree with
that's really where like the differentiating factor is, because like I did recruiting for years. The candidates who were like top notch, I mean, they hit everything that an employer was looking for. You had to compete with other organizations in terms of pay, in terms of benefits, in terms of the way that you interviewed, in terms of what you were offering, in terms of the way that you communicated with them in order to win that candidate over. Yes, you are still the organization. Yes, you still get final say in it, but those people are handled so significantly different than like, you know, the cashier at the grocery store who's easily replaceable, where we've just got a funnel of turnaround. Right. And that's kind of the point that I'm getting at, is if you see yourself as a quality woman, you are equally vetting that man as much as he is vetting you. It has to be a mutual fit.
You know what's so funny? Inaz, I did go on I went on a date with this one guy, right? I'm telling y'all my business. But anyway, I went on this date with this one guy, right? I'll show y'all a picture after the hours. But because you were saying you should be and he taught me, listen, this man taught me so much on this one day. But he took me to a restaurant. It was a nice restaurant. And I guess he wanted me to know he was the man. You know, the manager came, greeted him in their little language because it was a different language than my own. You know, took him to the back. And one of the things that he stated was he likes to see if a woman fits with him. For example, how do you carry yourself in this type of environment around people that I know? Do you fit the bill? Like, because it is about image at some point, you know? And so that was one of the things. And he was teaching me some other things, like the whole wine thing. I mean, he was awesome. Still my friend to today. But so I get what you're saying. So sometimes it's not about it is a possible red flag. Sometimes it really is him trying to vet you out to see if this is a good fit for him, how you carry yourself.
So that's what Marcus and AP are saying. What I'm saying is your story with the dude who thought he had all these ops out there, right? He had a certain understanding of you. Right. But you were also looking at him of like, ooh, I don't know that, like, I understand that you think I can fit into your program. I don't know that I want to fit into your program.
Yeah, I'm the one who
that's the point that I'm making, right? Like, it has to be mutual, because if it's not mutual, you wind up in situations where you feel used.
All right.
Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, so I'm gonna finally chime in on this based on the videos and based off of
Renaissance.
a lot of stuff that y'all already said. So when I told you guys about us finally getting those modern women to come to this thing we had, it was 100 of them. By the time we got done, because what I did, I had a lot of other doctors that were there, and there were also some lawyers there. All of us were black men, and we all were describing these type of women. We were actually we described these women and these characteristics, right? When we describe these women and these characteristics, those black women all associated that with the white woman. And what came out is this: we told them all these characteristics describe every last one of us, every last one of our wives. Then it was a shock. Like, wait, what? I'm like, yeah, all the characteristics that we just listed on there that these so-called men are looking for, these high-value men. We didn't say what race the men were. Those women, when they got the questionnaire, they associated those characteristics with the white woman. And we were like, no, these are all of our wives up here. So what I'm saying that for is this: based on the video and based off of what you guys just got done talking about, What can be completely messed up is if you do make it about a certain type of status. So I'll give you an example. My wife has the same exact name as you. She has a Shantae, my wife, same exact name. And she was AKA. Okay. So what I tell people is this: you guys see how me and my wife are now. You see that I went to medical school and everything like that, but we've been married for this certain amount of years. And I want y'all to count back those years. And I'm 41 years old. When they count back, they like, wait a minute. So you were like 18, 19? I'm like, yes. My wife is already out of college with her degree and everything. She had her own house. She owned her own car. What made this woman want to take a risk on getting with a high schooler? Because according to what I'm just saying, not just AKA, but I'm just saying, according to what she got from the HBCU that she went to, yeah, it was the same type of thing that was being pushed today. So I'd say this all the time. What made my wife?
HBCU did she go to? Because I wasn't pushed that. I went to a HBCU.
Yeah, let's just say it's in. You want me to say?
Is it Howard?
She don't want me to say. So what she says, you know, y'all ski weed stuff, but she said, well, what happened is that I always tell them, I said, so what made this, what you would consider a high value woman, independent, what made her get behind this dude that's getting ready to graduate from high school? How? I didn't have none of those things that these so-called lists of
Since
what
she
these men should
there,
have on there.
and she there, let her tell us why. Since she right there listening, let her
No,
tell
my
us.
wife, she camera shy. She ain't gonna jump on you. I got millions. She ain't gonna jump on. Trust me. But what I'm saying that for is that what ends up happening is this: when me and my wife were dating, or we just gonna call it courting, our dates literally, first of all, it was talking on the phone. Me and my wife would talk for hours, and just like what she just got done saying right here, we literally were vetting each other. I was literally telling my wife what I was looking for in a woman. She's saying what she was looking for in a man. I was already saying, you know, I promise you I'm not fake. Time will tell what type of man I am. My wife was, well, you're going to see, time will tell what type of woman that I am. We talked for hours. Our first dates consisted of literally going to a lake and sitting down, getting ice cream. And we literally were talking. I was saying, this is my plan. I want to go to school. You know, I want to be a father. I want kids. And you see those homes over there on the lake? I'm going to have homes just like that. Here's the goal. I'm getting out of school. I'm going to start this program. I'm going to be going to medical school. I'm going to be doing X, Y, and Z. And still with that being said, my wife still sat back like, well, I'm just going to still see how this guy moved. But she still ended up getting with me. I proposed to me and my wife started talking in the end of September, going into October. I proposed in November. Not the following year. You're talking within months, because all our time was spent was literally talking to each other and vetting. No physical we were completely vetting, because what she wanted and what I wanted, it lined up. She had intentions on one. I'm not here to date or try to just have no boy. I want a husband. I want a wife. Well, we're gonna see. Well, are you willing to drop those people that you courting the entire? Yeah, if we serious about, yeah, absolutely. But at the same time, if she would have went along with what a lot of them were pushing, girl, you got your car, you about to give it this. How you know he really gonna go to school? How you know he gonna finish? She still got behind me, right? So what people tend to do a lot, they tend to put more emphasis on an experience versus why you went there. So when dates are over with, are your friends asking you, where'd he take you? Or is she asking you, what did y'all talk about? How is he? What do you think about him versus where y'all went? You know what I'm saying? So what she just got done saying, I can't say the name right. Enes, how do you say it? Enes. What she said is completely true. I agree with AP as well. I'm interviewing my wife, but yet at the same time, what do the interviewers also say? Do you have any questions for me? What would you like to know about us? Go ahead. Well, is there anything that you got any questions about the companies? Would you like to take a walk around? What questions do you have for me? And if you sit there and you're kind of like, well, nothing really comes to mind. No, I want to, vet me. I'm open. Ask any questions that you want to, and see what type of guy I'm going to turn out to be. She took that risk, and here we are 22 years later. Still the same guy. And still to this day, my wife and I still can have when me and my wife have conversations, minimum an hour. Minimum. And we still do that to this day, because that's what won us to each other, was a conversation, not the experience, not the money, not the wine and dine. He took me to this restaurant. The conversation, the relationship of what we had is why we still are strong right now. That foundation.
You know, and I understand what you're saying, and it's so funny because when I go back to homecoming and I see all those couples who met in college, they are still together to today. Like you go to homecoming, they're still married. I mean, they seem to be happy. I don't know if they are or not, but they're still together. So I personally, and I've said this before, ideally you will want to meet your mate that early on. I think that you get the benefits out of marriage more because she's able to be your helpmate. She's able to motivate you to do all the things that she was designed to do.
Right. We were able to build. We were able to build. And the thing is, I want you to be the type of woman to where you impress me so much, I want to now take you to all those places. That's not that, it's almost like a sense of, I hate to say this because I don't want y'all to think, I just can't think of no other way to phrase this. It's almost like, no, you are earning that by you being that caliber of I'm telling you, when you are that caliber of a woman, it's like, I want to do all these things for you because of how great of a woman you are. I don't care about your accolades and all that because of how nice you are, how good you are, how your character, the way you move, your femininity, how soft-spoken you are. You're not all loudmouth and way out there. Those things will drive men crazy. Like, babe, I don't care what, like, literally around. We 22 years married and still, I don't even care about what she goes and buys or anything like that. I don't even care. I don't look to that. I don't have no expensive hobbies or anything like that I do. All I do, I go to my wife. I just say, babe, what do we look like? That's it. And she'll say, oh, X, Y, and Z. And she knows that I only ask her that because I might getting ready to want to take a trip or I might want to get something for myself or anything like that. But otherwise, my wife, because of how she is, it's like that type of thing to where I will do anything for her. Just because that makes me want to take her on those trips. It makes me want to take her out to these expensive restaurants. It makes me want to go and have these experiences because of the type of woman that she is. But I don't know that about you going on no first date to be doing you like that.
So my question is, should you date in reverse in terms of how much you spend? Because to me, what it sounds like, initially, guys are spending a bunch of money up front and then finding out later on, maybe this isn't the person, right? So would it make more sense to start low in the beginning? And if we're interested in each other, then the next date we go on, then I may spend a little more. And if I'm still interested at that point, then I would go to what the reverse date would have been and pull out all stops. And the reason I say that is because if you get to the first date, and you can kind of check to see the girl's disposition about what we doing this or whatever. That's a red flag for you right there to say, you know what, there's not going to be any second date and there's no harm, no foul because you didn't spend a whole lot of money pulling out all of the stops on the first date. But if you get past that first date, then you can do something a little better, have more conversation, and she's able to see like, oh, okay, this is not, you know what I'm saying? So I think maybe guys maybe need to start on the lower end of the date. And I don't know what your budget would be based on your finances, but
men on budgets, Inaz, before you answer.
Right. Starting on the lower end
on budgets.
The lower end of your budget, like you said, Shan, like maybe doing the coffee date. Or, you know, something like that, starting that off where you can get to know each other more in person, see how the vibe is. And then that next date, you might, you know, if there would be a next date based on that first experience, then step it up the next time.
Did you know that's exactly what you just got done saying? Did you know, you guys know that when I told you that we did this with these 100 so-called modern women, did you know that what I just got done saying to you guys, a lot of my other colleagues, we almost all had the same similar story. Like when we were going through med school, our wives were at home. They were working. No, they weren't working. We were working, but they were taking care of the kids. That's what I'm saying, working around the house, taking care of the home and all that. And what's funny is that when we describe how we are with our wives and how we were with them before we became this so-called high value successful man, do you know that those women all said, but there ain't no men out there that's like y'all like that. So they do all of a sudden, when we just got done breaking down how we are towards our wives and how we were when we were dating and vetting and all that, these women, these modern women that were there, they all are saying like we can't find, those men are out there because we told y'all, because y'all are being pushed to go and look for nothing but dollars and signs, not the actual relationship. And now we want to do it again because we didn't know it was going to hit it off like this. They want to come back now. How do we find those guys that you're talking about? Now, all of a sudden, that money and stuff went out the window because they want the relationship. But somebody has tricked them into thinking that their socioeconomic level is going to be equivalent to what a relationship is going to be. And it's not.
And I can say too, and I've said this before, even when I met my husband, I met him in college. You know, at that point, but everybody broke anyway, right? So, but I had spoke along the lines of him never paying anything for me during the time that we were just where there was no label on what we were doing. And I noticed the increase in the way that he spent his money on me once the label was official. So when we were just, you know, I just say hooking up or whatever, he enjoyed my company or whatever you want to call it. I was actually the one that was like, here's my meal card or what have you. But then as our relationship progressed, that aspect of it reversed. And like you said, it was more intentional about him wanting to take care of me. And I think that's the thing. I think sometimes the way that we move as women, we're looking for the man to take care of us up front without necessarily doing some of the footwork that should come along with that, so that man will feel like this is the one that I want to take care of.
Right, because you're not mine yet. You're
Right.
not mine yet. So they like to have this thing out there, like you guys want to treat us like we're just some little delicate flower, blah 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 blah. No, it's nothing to do with that. It's just that because how beautiful you are, I know how delicate you are to me. So I want to make sure that you're properly watered. I want to make sure that you're protected from the sun rays. I want to make sure that you get the proper nutrients. That's why, and that's why I feel like they told you, not that you said some weakling little thing that can't do anything, but because of how you are, that's what it makes me want to do to you. You know.
So I have a question, and this has nothing to do with anybody on the panel because I think that we don't think this way. But do you think that a lot of this comes from the fact that, like the videos we saw earlier, you know, okay, because a lot of people are not dating with intent these days, and it's hard to figure out who's dating with intent and who's not dating with intent. So everybody's trying to one up the other ones. Like, okay, so if I like him, he manipulates me. At least I didn't come out so bad because, you know, maybe he invested in me a little bit. Like, you know, it makes you feel a little less like you got played out your body. You
like
know, he took me to Applebee's and I gave him some, or McDonald's.
That sounds like prostitution. I ain't gonna lie.
Well,
that sound like
too much.
No, it's not. I don't think that's prostitution, though. I think prostitution is you go to a prostitute and she's a whore and she exchanged money for, you know. I think what I'm saying is you don't feel bad about being played. Meaning he came with he told you, or you thought it was something different than it really was, and you just got played in the end. That's two different things.
So here's like, I've learned to despise the whole label of like dating with intention, because I think the wording has like an unfortunate play. Everybody dates with an intention. The intention,
well, you know what I mean.
Sure. But that's what I'm saying, right? Like we put dating with an intention, meaning that the intention is to be married. Some people are dating to get the box. Some people are dating to fill their time, right? So like everybody has an intention. It's just whether or not the intention lines up. So like I'm hoping
dating for the free meal.
Yes, some women are, right?
I'm saying with intent, I'm saying you specify what your intent is. For example, if I say I'm dating because I want to be married, like I want to, you know, then that's what I mean by I just don't want to spell it all out. But go ahead.
No, that wasn't a shot at you or anything like that, right? Like there's so many people who have that conversation, and it just irks me because it feels like people who are intentionally seeking out the things that they're looking for, that they're not dating with intent because their intentions don't align with yours, right? So that was not directed at you in any shape, way, or form. But like to what you were saying, there's people who are so fearful of like men and women, so fearful of like not getting what they want that they think that they can people please their way into it. So men do it with the finances, women do it with femininity, and all of a sudden 3 months, 6 months, a year down the line, all of a sudden these two people aren't meshing up, right? And I think that's really maybe not so dating with intent. I would love for people to say dating fearlessly, like if those fears are not becoming barriers to the way that you interact with people, and that you're able to be a little bit more authentic in your interactions. I think that would change the game.
What you just got done saying is, I agree, because I say this a lot, and it's not that I'm being cocky or confident. I say, man, some of these panels that I've gone on, I'm like, guys, I promise y'all, I would have no problem getting any woman I wanted right now, because y'all coming already in with preconceived. I don't know if I'm gonna pay. She gonna pay. What if she did? I don't even care. I'm looking at that woman saying, that's the type of woman I'm vibing right there. Hey, give me for a second. What's your name? Oh, my name is such and such. You are a beautiful woman, and you already know that. I'm pretty sure you've been told that, but I would really like to take you out sometime, just gonna get to know you, because da da da. So you can just go up to any woman and talk to him like that, man. That's crazy, y'all. That's weird to me that they're even saying that. So when I get this question from them 100 people that were there, one thing that came down to it that we found out is that if a man is moving how a man should be in his own masculinity, and I know y'all I hate to say that because it sounds like it's a talking point, but what I always say is this: there is this attraction. You guys were built a certain type of way. We were built a certain type of way. If we are moving like we're supposed to be moving, you guys are moving like you're supposed to be moving. It's almost like a magnet. You don't even have to work hard. It's just when you get there, it attracts. But if you got a masculine man and a masculine woman, and both, it's like the magnet. You try to put in, no matter what you do, they won't connect. If you got a feminine acting man, feminine temperament man, and you got a feminine woman, and it's the same exact thing, they won't. But when you are moving like you're supposed to, you don't even have to try to make that connection, because it just comes right off, but today's world, because of what you
moving like they're supposed. That's what you're.
See, and remember I said that's what you just got done saying. That's what those 100 women are saying. But where are those men that the men are not? That's what I'm saying. So now dollars and signs go out the window. Now we talking about.
The question is, as a woman, are you moving like that to attract those men? Because I think a lot of times as women, we see things from our viewpoint, our perspective, because we know what we want and we're looking for, right? So it's like, the men ain't doing X, Y, and Z. They're not. But the truth of the matter is that we get on the men and say, we know that there's good women out there. What are you doing? How are you moving to keep attracting these women that you don't like? So I think in that same regard, as women, we're probably moving a certain way that's attracting the men that we don't necessarily want.
Exactly.
But let me just say this. Let me add to this. But then, if that were the case, then wouldn't the marriage rates be higher than they are? Men are not lacking relationships. Most men have been in relationships with probably a good woman for a decent amount of time, but he did not ask her to marry him
because he's getting. We talked about that before. Why buy the cow when you're getting the milk for free? That's part of the other issue. I know the men on these panels before have said the thing is that if we're getting all of our needs met, it's not necessarily that's going to push us over to the marriage aspect, right? So I think there has to be a fine balance. You show what you have to offer as a wife, but not necessarily give it all until you become the wife. And I know people disagree with me on that, saying, oh, no, if you do that, then you won't get wifed up because a man is already looking for a wife. But my thing is moving, I guess, like Inaz said, I'm still trying to learn this moving in your femininity talk because I don't know what that, but, I just am my authentic self, whatever that is. And that attracted my husband, you know what I'm saying? So, but I just think that if you are moving in your authentic self and being who you are, that man will be able to see if you're the right wife for him, right? And so I think a lot of times we put on these false pretenses of who we are and what we could be, and that not be our authentic selves. And we're showcasing so we can get chosen, and then end up being a disappointment on both sides, end up being a disappointment. So I think like when women are saying, I can't, find a man, it may be the way that you're moving. You need to start looking at how you're moving and how the type of man that you want, what things would he be looking for in a wife, and then make those adjustments to become who, make that a part of your natural state of who you are, making some changes or what have you, because I really think that there is that law of attraction is real. And I think sometimes what happens is it's easier to point the finger at the opposite person instead of kind of looking at yourself and making adjustments.
So Shannon, can I ask y'all a question? Like with the magnetic thing, do you feel as though you all attract a certain type of man, or is it just all any man?
I think Ina's situation is different though. Her standards in terms of what she needs and what she's looking for is very specific. So she's looking
much religion is involved. It's so many aspects to her life that has to be.
That's a needle in a haystack.
Yeah.
So I think the question still stands, right? Because like I hear the law of attraction. I've read The Secret. I've listened to all the YouTube videos. Like I understand what people are saying when it comes to the law of attraction, but my issue with it is like it devoids accountability. Because if we're really talking about how the real world works, you attract anything and everything. But what you focus on determines your experiences and your reality, right? So I'll be honest, I attract every type of man out there, whether it's the Pookie and Ray Ray, whether it's a high value man, but my experiences are based on what I choose to focus on, based on where I'm at with myself, right? So if my experiences are not working for me, then I need to take a look at why I'm focusing on the things that I'm focusing on and really like unpack that to understand how to move differently to focus on something that's more productive for me. I get the law of attraction. I get that like it's a really great selling point, but if we're not utilizing it to a point where we're shifting our focus, it starts to lose its logic for me.
Well, isn't that the point of law of attraction? Is the work? I thought law of attraction had to do with, like you said, where you are in yourself, your authentic self. So if you're attracting certain guys, then that may be a red flag on adjustments that you need to make in yourself, right?
In the law of attraction, the way that it's
what that is.
So the law of attraction states that like you attract who you are or what you are.
It was your example.
What's that?
And, yeah, it was. I was letting
when she said she attracted the Pookies and the Ray Rays and high value men.
I attract some great men, so I'll take that.
Yeah, the ones that take you to the hood. And
yeah, but Shan,
no,
like,
not that one, but I do attract. It's
I'm
me.
teasing.
If they can honestly say I get some good ones, it's me.
But Shan, like even to that, right? I promise you attract men that are not on your radar because you're not focusing on them. I promise you are a pretty woman with a very funny personality, a great singing voice. You attract men that aren't in your line of vision.
Please stop lying to her. Please.
She does. Let's be honest. She's got a great.
Why did Marcus disappear?
But
that's like saying she got pretty feet.
But here's the thing, right? Because of where you're at, those men that are not great men are not on your radar. That you're now sifting through only quality men, right? And that's the difference between the law of attraction. The law of attraction tells you that all of these men that you're attracting, the ones on your radar and not, are a reflection of who you are. They're not. And that's why I hate the law of attraction, because it's
oh, wow.
you attract everything, right? Like think of it, because I really like modern Renaissance's analogy of like a magnet. A magnet is going to stick to anything that's metallic or charged in the right way, right? It's not focused on the specific thing that you're looking to pick up, right? If you've got nails and paper clips and you hover a magnet over it, it's going to pick everything up. But if you're looking to pick up a nail, you have to focus on the nail itself, right? And that's my qualm with the law of attraction.
I see what she's saying, because even going through I went to college from off of a full-ride scholarship from doing track and field, and of course being an athlete, a really good athlete, you had all types of people coming at you, all types of women coming at you, but the type of guy that I was, I didn't care, folks. Man, dude, don't you know this Amber Cruz? She the cheerleader, dude. I don't care, man. Y'all know Amber. Come on, no, absolutely not. And it's just that. I guess you can say life circumstances. I knew the type of woman that I was going to get. I knew I wasn't going to, and I wasn't going to settle for nothing less. She had to, and I'm not saying she had to be like I didn't write down like all these unrealistic things I wanted out of a woman, because the things that most of my friends, even colleagues like us, they're very basic. they are very basic. That I'm pretty sure most women just have these characteristics. You know, they have it. But whenever it happened, it was just, I don't know how to explain it, but it was easy. And I get what she's saying. You attract everything. I attracted every cheerleaders, attracted hoes. I attracted people, girls from the hood. I attracted little hood rats, the whole nine. But specifically, I'm like, no, my woman is going to have to be just like this.
Man,
right
you
here.
had your woman.
A certain type of,
You already had your woman.
Oh no,
you
you just
told
think,
us.
oh no, my wife was my only. So you talking about going from middle school all the way through high school without I met my wife my senior year in high school. So
Right.
I didn't
So
have
you
her.
weren't worried about that BS when you were in college because you already
It
had
was,
what you.
oh, we're not talking about college. You think high school is where a lot of people, that's where the teenage.
You went back. Okay,
No,
go
yeah,
ahead.
I'm talking high school, like going through high school, having all the girls coming at you and everything like that. But I just couldn't do it because I knew, one, I wanted a family, and for some reason, a lot of the girls there, they weren't on my level as far as intellect goes, like having a conversation. I was really serious about trying to find a wife, and if you were courting, and I just talked about my goals and what I want to do, what I plan on doing, and their response was, "Yeah, goals are good." That's it. I mean, it's like this woman you can't even have a conversation. That's your response after all this. So what I'm saying that for is that you can attract a whole lot of different people, but you definitely want to be specific in the type of person that you do want. And once you do find that, that's when you just vet, make sure you work out the kinks. And as an individual, myself coming out of the hood before I went through high school, I had a really bad temper. I would fight at the drop of a dime. I had a really bad mouth. And I wrote down the specific woman that I want. And God was pretty much like, now, why would I give you a woman like that when you the guy that you are right now? If you want a woman like that, get rid of those things that I don't want in you, because you do not want to carry that into this relationship. You don't deserve a woman like that with the guy that you are right now. So I went on ahead, took care of myself, made sure I became this certain type of caliber of a man. And then when I got with my wife, like I said, it was easy. And
do you honestly think that most men think like you though?
No.
Well, that's why I honestly. And honestly,
no,
that's
not
why.
At that age, he was a senior in high school, already
Right.
had lined up what it is, the kind of
Man,
woman he wants.
Yeah.
No.
Well, and that's why, like right now, a lot of them, I get invited to go on a lot of panels to talk about certain things like this, but they get offended because I tell them I'm not getting ready to deal with no grown man. I'm going to deal with some kids that's like middle school to high school going into college, because there's still a space right there where their minds can be changing. They're not completely indoctrinated by what they're hearing on the YouTube streets. Because to me, a lot of things I see on YouTube, it doesn't exist out there in the real world.
I agree.
And so.
And half the people that are saying this stuff aren't even living that life either. That's the other part. And they're pushing messages that are not necessarily reflecting of who they are.
Well, I'm true to my message. I got it cracking my whole life until I was older, and then I changed my mind. That's the thing.
Yeah, like I'll tell you, modern Renaissance, you were much more mature than I was at that age. Way more mature. Like I didn't get shit sorted out until I was about 24, 25, bro.
Did you get teased about it at all?
Me?
Mm-hmm.
Big time. You know, and I'm talking to the extent to where, like, when if I no, never mind. I was gonna ask my son to go find his newspaper clip. I'm talking to the extent to where they messed up the way that they wrote this paper out about me, talking about me being this super athlete. And it was like, the last thing Ty Smith wants is anybody tell him how to live his life. He's not a part of a gang. He doesn't get in trouble. He has his head on straight. He's not interested in girls. And everybody's like, wait a minute. That's what it is. Ty is gay. I mean, it was great, all because it said, and he didn't word it like I said. I said, no, I have no interest in dating right now because I'm trying to focus on getting through school. And I've seen so many athletes like myself to where they got these scholarships. They got these scholarships thrown at them. They get a girl pregnant. The scholarship is gone. I'm just like, I'm not interested in trying to get with no women or anything like that. No girls having a girlfriend. This is what I focus on. But I do want to have a marriage. I want to be married one day. I want a family because I didn't have that. And I want that. So if any girl that want to come and talk to Ty Smith, if you're not about trying to possibly get married and having a family, anything like that, you're just going to waste your time. And by doing that, it literally just kind of made them like, well, y'all might as well don't even. I know, girl, I try to talk to Thailand too, and he is legit. Like, he will shut you down if you try to come at him any type of way when it comes to being physical. He will shut you down because he is serious. He's about his business. And like I said, I guess it took for a woman 6 years older than me, and I attracted that. And my wife is 6 years older than me. So
shit, I was running through him, bro.
It wasn't easy.
Ain't no point in lying. I mean, shit. Not at that being at that age, shit.
The amount of
was
discipline
very
you
hard.
had at that age and focus that you had of that age, just understand that that is not the norm.
Let me ask you this: do
It's
you
just
think
not
that?
the norm.
Well, yeah, you probably can't answer this for real.
Who, me?
Yeah. It might not be the most.
Shoot, you know how many questions I get when I go into speaking engagements?
Okay, do you think that the lack of experience may have? All right, so
let's throw it out, bro. It's not. Trust me, you're not gonna say anything that's shocking to me.
Stop trying to think of it in a nice way to say it and just say it.
Dude, I grew. Aren't you from Chi-Town too?
Yeah, but it's some stuff is disrespectful and some stuff not. And
I see. Oh no, you won't be. You won't be. Trust me, you are not gonna throw no question out.
So I'm trying to ask it in a way that's more general. So if I was a young man who had not been experienced with women, do you think that I would be in the right space to adequately pick the best person for me? Or do you think I would suffer from, like, if I never had no other food and hot dogs the only thing I had, would that just be the only thing that I knew? So I wouldn't know, like, what the best thing for me was. Because that was my thing. Like, I wanted to experience a lot of stuff, right? So then I could tailor-make the suit and pick.
I bet you did.
I did. And I could tailor-make and pick the thing that was specifically for me. So I think it would have been hard. But you got a religious background that kind of.
It wasn't always that. I was terrible. Like when my sons, when they hear my family talk about me, they're like, "Dad, you were like, I was terrible, man." So to answer that question, though, imagine this. Okay, I say it's the equivalent of somebody that they have, like you mentioned the hot dogs. To you, let's just say if you had hot dogs, right? In your world, that's the best thing in the whole wide world, right? Now you're gonna say that you will live by that, man. Oh no, Bar S hot dogs are fire. Bar S hot dogs are fire. Well, now you got around and you tried some Nathan's, and you're like, well, Nathan's got Bar S beat. Then you might have tried Hebrew Greek. Now you're like, well, Hebrew Greek got them beat. But imagine if all you had were those Bar S hot dogs, and that's the best thing you ever had. So you don't know what's better. You don't know what's worse. All you know is what you have is the best. And that's how I can explain it. And that's what it is. So when people say, man, you only been with your wife, you tell them you ain't. Dude, do you know there's? No, I don't know. And I don't care to know, because for me, that's the best. I don't want to try nobody else's hot dogs.
What about sushi? What about sushi? You ever?
But you mean she don't want to try nobody else's hot dog. But go ahead.
I'm using his analogy, though.
I know, I'm just joking.
Go put that house coat back on.
Hey, is it super chat and shutdown time?
No, she ain't braid her hair.
Oh no, it's I'm not gonna braid it tonight. I'm gonna pin it up. So
you gonna what it up?
Pin it up.
Oh,
so basically, what you're saying is that you can't miss something you never had.
Nope.
Yeah. And that's the best way to
That's
go.
the way it's supposed to be honest.
Yeah, that's why y'all done fell into temptation.
It was a balance, though. I mean, like I said, because you know Chicago, you know Cabrini Green, you know what I'm talking about, in Southeast and whatever like that. Those situations, being a superstar athlete, people thought that I just had it all together. Because when you're an athlete, they just assume that you come from a really good home. It's like, no, dude, we was going back to Cabrini to an empty house. My mom stayed across another side of town, Chicago. Me and my brothers were left in the apartment by ourselves. It was up to us whether we went to school or not. Dude, we were going around picking cans, turning it in for money so we can get a half stick of bologna and buy a half gallon of milk. We were doing it every day after school. And so those situations like that, it balanced those things out. So of course I can't sit there and think about trying to smash no girls or get with no. You couldn't, because I had a home situation that was crazy. So, and the Children Family Service is not going to come there and, because they're going to get either robbed or ran out or beat up or something if they show up. Car windows busted out and everything. So those situations just pretty much.
I just want to go on record. The best athletes actually come from broken homes, bro. From shitty situations. And they think it and they know it. Like that. Yeah. I just want to go ahead and clear that up.
Yep. And I will say this too, real quick too, is that, that thing that I told you guys about with those women coming there is this thing that a lot of us do that's in medicine, right? We know each other really well. Like the doctors and CNAs, or not CNAs, but doctors, PA, it can be CNAs too as well, but they know what type of caliber of a person I am. And if I got two sons and these other doctors, that they got daughters or whatever like that, and we all know each other really well, then there is this type of thing with my son, they hate it. Where I say, hey, Dr. Beckton got 3 daughters, and he's conservative in his values, and his wife, you see how their wife is. He raised his daughters to be this way, so they know you guys. This can be just an easy little fit. Now, I don't want to know how to introduce us. I want to be able to find my own. So, but we do that a lot, where we try to keep that same mindset amongst those same type of people, though. But again, it's not based off of income or nothing like that. More of the mental level.
The mentality, yeah, of course. Let's do the super chats.
The Orange Pill Nurse, 1999. So I'm a male nurse married to a CNA. I'm married below my budget based on my income. For men like myself, making 80K plus a year, should men date on a budget / salary level? Or just the broken men need to stay on their level?
I think you should definitely still date on a budget.
Or your budget, whatever salary it is, you should still have a budget. I mean, some budgets are bigger than others, but yeah,
sure.
Not spending above your means is basically what we're getting at. Yeah,
for sure.
If you're still in the chat, Orange Pill, if you don't mind, give some clarification. Are you talking about socioeconomic, or were you talking about actual dating on the budget salary level? Because it sounds like the way I'm reading this is you're talking about somebody on your socioeconomic level.
No, if I had to guess, AP, remember KS had a little saying where he was like, you should multiply by 10,000, whatever your salary is. That's the type of woman you should get. So if you make 60K, then you should be able to get a 6. If you get a 70K, you should be able to get a 7. If you make 100K, then you could think about getting a 10. That maybe what he's talking about. I don't know. Y'all ever see KS episode?
Is that before or after taxes, though? Because that's a difference. There's a difference.
Yeah, probably after. Probably after.
I just want to say it's not. Men dating down doesn't have the same stigma as women dating down, and I think that's really where the double standard kind of exists. Right? I think it's so much more socially acceptable for a man to date under his tax bracket than it is for a woman to, right? Because if a man's going to be the protector provider, unfortunately, the expectation is that he is above and beyond what she's capable of protecting and providing.
Mm-hmm. I think that is flawed. So that's one of my issues with, like, just in reality, right? So based off of the financial argument that makes the man the most the protector, or the most I guess what they say on some of the podcasts, like alpha male is making 250K, and there's no such thing as an alpha female, but women make 250K. So, like, I think with the advent of deindustrialization, or the industrialization, and allowing people not to have to physically go do stuff, and it being more of a mental game or a networking thing, it kind of perverts the true diagnosis of you having to physically be that man to earn money. Because unless it's athletics, most of the time, like, physicality does not get you paid. And those are the tradition.
I like that.
Used to that's the traditional way people designated who was the man. When if 10 men would still walk in the room and have to fight it out, or establish a hierarchy, devoid of them having bills in that room, I don't think that how much you earn would be the metric that they use.
Not only that too, and what I always say, that, like, with that same notion, if like I said, it's a talking point. It's amazing how these people get tripped up, and they always get this. I'm not trying to say this on here real quick, but y'all know how it is. Have y'all ever, which I don't know if y'all ever experienced this. This was BC with me. Is that whenever somebody, you can be talking about something and they'll jump in there and say, y'all know that Jesus died for the sins. Y'all be like, oh my God, yeah. It just throws everything off. The reason I'm saying that is because whenever they do bring that up in these situations about the providing, and I say, so if the man provides for the woman financially and he protects her, are we only talking about finance and physicality? What else is he providing? What do you mean by that? I'm like, okay, so for example, the example that I gave, I said, by me being like a protector or a provider for my wife is not just physicality or financial. It's that if my wife is having this breakdown or something like that, something happened within the family, my wife comes to me and she's just bawling and crying, I'm gonna hold her I'm gonna cry. I'm just gonna sit there and just cry. I'm not gonna cry. I'm gonna hold her while she's crying. Once she calms down, whatever like that, baby, what's going on? Now that's providing for her as well, emotionally, spiritually,
And protecting
physically, right? And
her.
protecting. So when I'm
Yes.
saying that too, also here's another way. They say when I'm there, also because what they do, and I'm just saying, y'all probably heard these talking points too. So as far as protection goes, they say, you know, if somebody sat there and pulled up and you're gonna need a man to be there, well, that's not the only thing either. What about another example I gave them? I said, what about this? I had something that happened at a church before where my wife was going to some of these women's meetings, but my wife would come home and all of a sudden she come, oh, da 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 da. Oh, baby, are we still gonna go? I don't even feel like doing that because sister such and such at church, they da da. And I'm like, wait a minute. So as a protector, I'm like, babe, no, I don't want you going to none of those women's meetings no more. Well, what, babe? Every time you come to a women's meeting, you come back home, all of a sudden, this atmosphere here is disrupted. And by me being a husband, I see this going on. Now, our sons were younger. Now, what we were getting ready to go out and do and have a good fun time, now you don't feel like doing because all the sisters there then gossip to you about some stuff, whatever like that. And now that's interrupting this family and how we move in here. So, babe, go tell sister such and such them that you will not be coming anymore. If they say, well, why? Tell them you can put it on me. Tell them my husband don't want me coming no more. And if they come to me, I will tell them, y'all gossip too much, y'all say too much stuff, and my wife brings that stuff home, and it's not happening. What title? It's not your wife, it's mine. She's done. Thank you.
So I have a question. It goes back to what Marcus was saying when it comes to, because he was saying physical protection, you know, back in the day, right? Is that what I gathered was
well, yeah, just the metrics that we use currently.
Look at Marcus trying to look over that red sign. Look,
yeah.
Oh, sorry. Let me take
the metrics that we use currently don't align with things that would typically be related to what a superior male would be, right? And because women can make more money, does that make them superior to men? Is Oprah superior to all men that exist?
So for me, I think that in that case, and this is going to be so far-fetched, I think that was put in place because I think that Black men have always been like physically like the stronger. I hate saying this. And white men were the economically, you know, they're money maker. So, and we know if we just look at reality, they are supposedly higher on the, because in that case, wouldn't Black men be, because we know you put a Black man with a white man any day, you can pretty much bet, you know. So being that we live in a time that we live in, it's not our world. I think that has a lot to do with it. I think Kevin Samuel said this before. We didn't win. There was a fight and we didn't win. So did y'all hear that? Do y'all remember he said that? Yeah. So unfortunately we marched by their rules. It was set a long time ago, and that's just the way it's been going ever since.
Well, even if you look back on the previous generations, I think like because we've become more relaxed as far as the stringency and what they correlated to what manhood was. But back in the day, you could earn $1 million, and if you had feminine ways, they would just so it's not like it was always this financial basis that needed to be met. Because if you had a feminine ways, they would say I think the word they use is pansy. And they wouldn't respect that man as a man because he didn't carry himself as a man. So I think it's a lot of other metrics that don't get added into that conversation and it's nuanced. I know it's a whole different.
Yeah, like you talking about as far as temperament goes. You got it, sis.
Thank you. So I hear what you're saying, Marcus. I think that's due to the way that women have changed, the nature of women, right? I think with the rise of the masculine woman, the more effeminate man has become more acceptable, right? And I hear this rhetoric a lot of like, you know, men were not expected to be emotionally available, emotionally intelligent in past generations. I don't agree with that, right? I think that like when we look at our grandfather's generation, the majority of them were incredibly emotionally intelligent. They might have been more stoic than what we're used to in our generation, right? Where men were not as expressive about their emotions. But the way that they were able to handle everybody else's emotions and manage their own emotions, I think that art has been lost. And so we've become, not to say that men expressing their emotions is a negative thing. I don't want to say that. but there's a degree in which it crosses over into feminine behavior. That line is incredibly dotted. So now we have these gaps where we can weave in and out depending on how each individual person defines masculinity. And I think that's where we get into that trouble that you're talking about, where definitions don't look the way that they used to, because now we've created these gaps to make things acceptable that may not necessarily be natural to people. And I know that's controversial, but I think that's what it is.
But what you just said was point on, though. When you said that, see, that's the thing is that whether anybody smacks a definition on there or not, what's going to come to a woman naturally is always going to be there. They're going to be drawn to that out of a man. And when you just mentioned that about the whole thing about these, how the men are right now, that is another thing that is completely right as well. Is that's why I say I deal with certain age of young men, because you still got a chance to pretty much put them on a different trajectory where they were already going. Because if a lot of us were raised in a single parent home, the only way that we know to respond to certain situations is probably most likely from our mom. And, you know, we act out just like that. So there's this thing that's going on right now where we're working on some young men to get them, and I tell them it's breaking the queen bee or the queen ant or whatever queen insect you want to think of mentality out of young men. Because what will happen is this: they will be ready to buck up against an authoritative masculine man. They don't recognize that. They don't know. They don't understand what's going on if a man is trying to check them. They will buck up, be ready to fight back against a man. But then a woman will come along and they will literally submit to that woman. They will literally fall right in place because they're used to getting it from their mom. It's subconsciously in them, you know. So that's why you find out a lot of them got a certain type of temperament of that certain way. When you talked about the emotional intelligence, and again, and it's not just black men, it's white men as well in certain situations. I call the mentality the same type of mentality that you would find in the hood, the projects, and the ghetto. You would find that same mentality amongst white men from the trailer park or the backwoods, or, you know, the ones you call hicks. The mentality is all still there the same. So being a man first before becoming a husband and then a father, that's the order it needs to go in. Because if you don't do it in that way, then that's going to be something that you're going to have to fight and deal with within that relationship.
Well, I have a question. It was some I can't remember exactly what Inan said, but it has something along the lines to do with I guess women changing, and therefore men are becoming more feminine. In terms of that, I think part of that is the shift. I know people identify it with feminism or what have you, but in terms of kind of like going along the lines of what Marcus was saying, as industries changed, I think expectations also changed along with it. So previously it was only men that were going to work. So it was a set defined role in which women had to behave or had to move in terms of whatever the social constructs were, right? But as the environment changed in terms of the job market and women being able to, you know, make more money and things like that, I'm not sure if it was necessarily more women becoming more masculine acting, or the societal norms have shifted and put men in position who may not necessarily be able to clearly define what their role is, now that the protection and provision has it means more than just being home, protecting you from, you know, the bears and the robbers, and, you know, the monetary aspect. And so I think that's kind of where we are now. Not to say that the more masculine women doesn't exist, because there are definitely women who are trying to move like men. And in some of those behaviors, to be honest, I don't even think men should have been moving like that anyway. With some of the things that the, you know, women is, oh, I smash as many men as I want. Men get to do it. I don't think men should have been doing that anyway. But, you know, so certain things along those lines, yes, I absolutely do believe that women were moving like that. But I think the other part is just the social norms and shift has changed, because the industrialization of women being put into, the marketplace have shifted now what that means, what protection and provision means. And men are trying to find their way to identify what that looks like now. So that's why I think it's just this big push back to, we need traditional women. And that's because I think that's more along the lines of what they understand, because that's where historically it's been. Whereas I do think you can still be traditional, but that tradition is going to look a little different in this environment.
So I appreciate that. And let me clarify what I meant by that. In order for a woman to remain in her masculinity, kind of to what modern Renaissance man is talking about with the magnets, the only way to maintain that dynamic is to partner up with a man who's more feminine. So the less traditional ideology behind masculinity, right? And if we're really honest, women of color have always worked. Women who look like us have never really, on a grand scale, had the fortune of being women who didn't have the luxury, or who had the luxury of not having to work for a long time. So I don't know that working is really the dynamic of it. I think it's the earning potential that women have that has really shifted.
That.
Yeah, it has really shifted. If women are now the top consumers in homes, if women are now the top consumers in terms of like just general consuming market, right? For the majority of things, obviously there's specific demographics for certain things, but if women are more, women are participating in the economy more, in the absence of men, financial provision now has a very different threshold than it did in the past. And so now the woman who's capable of reaching that, bridging that gap a little bit more, now has to be seeking out a man who's able to create provision in a very different dynamic than what has happened in the past. So that's kind of what I'm talking about with like women becoming more masculine. It's not to say that earning more necessarily means that you're masculine, but it's maintaining the power equals money dynamic in a woman. That's a more masculine trait, right?
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean
there are women out there who out earn their husbands, who out earn their significant other, who still reject the notion of that means power. And that's really where this rise of a more effeminate man, this more tolerance towards men that are more effeminate, has really risen, because that number of women who reject that has dwindled from the past. It doesn't exist the way that it is.
Okay, go ahead, Shan.
So, I just had a little thinking. Y'all try to follow me because it's going to be everywhere because it's 2:00 in the morning. So, do you think that women at some point in the 50s and 60s, the reason that they chose to be so ambitious because they envied the life of the, how women, we envy other people's positions. Let's just say you're the help. And you're like, I just want to do anything not to be the help, to be in that woman's position. You understand what I'm saying? So you teach your kids the same thing, and you're kind of upset because maybe you wish your mate will feel the same way. Like, I want him to be ambitious so we can get out of this situation, like have the same type of ambition so that we don't have to be that. Does that make sense?
You got it.
I'm thinking from 60s, 70s,
Just for clarification, are you asking if black women were envious of white men?
White women, like, or what they had, like the opportunity. Like,
oh, now I got you.
Well, yeah, their lives seem so much easier. Like when you are in a position and you look at other people, you think their lives are much easier. You may not have any clue of what's going on behind closed doors, but the idea, like I remember
real fast before you start, because let me just put this in there.
Mhm.
I mean, think about it this way. You know how when you were younger and you didn't have that much money, but your parents wanted to dress you like you did. They wanted you to go out in the finest because they wanted you to look the part, even though you didn't have it. They would do anything just so you can look presentable. You can
Oh,
look
that didn't
like
happen in
you
my life.
Mhm.
in that, the psychology behind it all. You understand what I'm
No,
saying?
I think
We must have been real broke because that never happened in my life. I was wearing light up LA gear. What are we talking about?
We saw the pictures.
What, you had light up LA gears? You was a
I sure
baller
did,
from
son. Hey, look, that's in a group chat, and I don't share that shit with everybody. You better stop it.
Don't share it.
Look, so
See, you trying to play me?
Cute. I'm joking, AP. Your parents look like they
You-
invested money to make sure you look nice. Be quiet.
No, now look. You know that shirt that I had on in that second grade picture? I think I had it in the first grade picture too. We was broke.
Okay, go ahead, y'all.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to hijack. I'm sorry.
No, you good. I was looking for the picture to see if I can
Stop it.
But you
No,
understand?
I never do that.
I think
No,
about
I know exactly what you're saying, though,
you're a
Shan. I was
kid.
saying, I think that with Kanye's song when he was talking about, I can't go to the store without a jersey and some ones that's clean and the shirt with a team. It seemed like we're living the American dream, but people highest up got the lowest self-esteem. I think that especially for us, and I'm saying other people probably do this as well, but especially for us, we have to wear value or show value in order to feel valued by society, because for us specifically, I've heard people speak about like interaction with the police, and if they were interacting with the police in their neighborhood where they felt comfortable and it was obvious that they come from wealth or whatever, they felt that interaction would be positive. But if they did not have any qualifiers to be able to prove to them that they were a valuable human being, then that discounted their worth in that society. So I think that is in tandem with what you're saying.
I would say maybe the time period might need to be a little different, because actually during that time we were married just as much as the white people were. And actually I think once things started getting going, this is post-slavery into the going into the 1950s into the 60s a little bit, we probably was earning, I would say, I'm just throwing a number out there a little bit, I would try to pull it up, but we weren't too far off from what we were earning, because we had increased like 100-folds in becoming like physicians and pharmacists and people that own certain businesses. But what I think, to me, my opinion, I think what infiltrated is that people might have been having a life that they were good with until somebody came in there and made them feel like they didn't, if you follow me. So what I'm saying that for is that, let's say, for example, if I lived a life of like somebody, I hate to say this way because folks think I'm being bougie or something, but let's just say if I decided, even being a doctor, if I decided to go back and live in a decent hood like type area, a lot of people that stayed, like when we stayed in the hood, I wouldn't say that we knew that we were poor or broke until somebody made us feel like we were poor or broke. Like, all I know is that we ate, to a certain extent, you ate every day, you played, you did everything other kids did, until somebody came and was like, dang, y'all poor. It's like, what? Y'all poor? How? Because y'all look, so what I'm saying is that there are some women, especially like some older women that's still living today at some of these HBCUs that we go to, that they were saying things like, we were good, we were comfortable. Somebody came in and made us feel like we should want more, even though we didn't want more. So therefore it made us feel like, well, we don't got the best. And so we went out and tried to get more. I might have butchered that up.
Go ahead, Ina.
So I don't know that it's necessarily like an envy thing, right? I think it's more so, and it's outdated, but like the Maslow hierarchy of needs, right? Like you go from like your basic necessities to your next level until you get into like self-fulfillment. So I think there's like a certain point where you start to look at people who are higher on that hierarchy and start to want to achieve better for yourself. And I think it's interesting because, like, in the past, white women may have been like that standard because they had the quote unquote luxury lifestyle, right? Like they were the kept women, right? But I don't know how much y'all listen to music, But the music in regards to white women in that era was a whole lot of conversations about these housewives popping pills to deal with their depression, their anxiety, their unhappiness in those situations, being a domestic worker, which is what pushed the second and third waves of, feminism, right? So I think it's like this whole concept of like the grass is always greener versus like the grass is greener where you water it. I think black women really had something really special because that in the past, that dynamic between black women and black men, that understanding of like, hey, we're really in this together. We're really doing this together. We're fighting for our rights together. We're providing for our families together. We're really working hand in hand together. That's something that other communities don't necessarily have the same experience. And we've disintegrated that with this ideology of like the American dream, that if we start to compete a little bit more, we can all keep up with the Joneses, we can all get that white picket fence, we can all get that single house, like we can wear luxury brands, we can go on all these certain trips. And I think that's really deteriorated this idea of like connecting with people as human beings based on their experiences, based on community, based on like the future that we're looking to provide for the next generation.
I know some might not agree with me, and that's okay. But speaking to what you were saying, is that you said we had something special. We were fighting civil rights together. We were doing X, Y, and Z together. I'm going to be honest. I think at this point of where the divide is, I think that's what it's going to take for us to kind of come back together. I think as Black people in general, we come together during atrocities, like when something bad is happening. Like you said, we're fighting for civil rights, we're trying to get out of slavery, we're trying, it just seems we are willing to work together for a cause. And unfortunately, like, the situation, the environment has been set up where it forced us to be together. Like, men were not making enough money to, Black men at that time was not making enough money to take care of a family on their own. So it put women in a position, Black women in positions that they had to work too. So they were kind of forced to be together, because living separately, neither one of them would do okay for the most part. So those conditions kind of put them in a position to work together. Then you get into the civil rights movement. Again, both of them were lacking, in terms of having access, being able to be considered like a full-fledged citizen. So they had a goal and shift that they had to work together, because neither one of them were benefiting on their own. I think what has transitioned now is that women can say like, oh, I could do bad by myself, right? Because now they have, the financial resources to be able to kind of live on their own. So the condition for them to set up to kind of be put together, because they don't have a common goal now, is why I think part of why we are not coming together. And I think if something happens that forces, our hand, the conditions are set up where we have to work together, I think we'll both begin to see the benefit of us working in harmony with each other, because the results show that we did better together than we did apart.
So I hear you, mistaken, and maybe I should have been more thorough in my examples, because it's not just in trauma that Black men and Black women have forged like forces together, right? When we look at Black Wall Street, when we look at Seneca Village, when we look at all of those towns that were flooded in the south of the US, Black men and Black women have partnered together outside of trauma and pooled their resources to create prospering communities, regardless of what the economics look like on a grander scale.
That's what I was gonna say, because they would be considered a sub community.
Right. Yeah. It's not just in situations of like traumatic experiences where you're forced to like trauma bond, right? There are very positive examples of the way that Black men and Black women have collaborated, and not just specific to the US, like across the world, right? Black men and Black women have collaborated to create just absolutely beautiful, historically changing things, right? So, yeah,
I don't know, but the laws were still set up, even though it was I get what you're saying, but the laws and conditions were still set up.
Yes, I 100% agree with you, because those things have always managed to be destroyed, regardless of like prospering in spite of conditions, right? Because Black people are absolutely resilient human beings.
Agreed.
They like prospering in spite of the conditions that are laid out for them. They've still managed to make it happen. However, I think this buy-in into feminism has created this rift where there's no longer that trust. There's no longer that trust between Black women and Black men that we can do that again. We can build this again. We can do things for ourselves together again. Now it's all of a sudden, well, Black women are too aggressive. Black men are too feminine. Black women are too combative, or like they focus too much on their education. Black women are, or Black men aren't achieving enough. Like it's become so combative internally that we're no longer able to create the same infrastructures that we've done time and time again historically, regardless of the time period, regardless of the expectations, regardless of the laws, right? Because from our hair to our genetics to our circumstances, regardless of the time in history, Black people have performed feats that other races, ethnicities, civilizations have struggled to maintain, to upkeep, right? But there's this insane divide that's happened right now where something is infiltrated, where like Black men and Black women refuse to work together. Like it has become like this I would rather go elsewhere than to work within.
That's why I said it has to be a condition set up to push them together.
Red pill. Look, I'm gonna go ahead and say it. The ladies left the men. Like, let us be very clear on this. Men didn't leave the women first. The women left the men.
What if they said the men let them go?
And I'm talking U.S. and we're talking historically. No, when we go back into war, like we got to go back. We got to go into the World War One and World War Two when they started making the welfare laws. Like there's so much that happened in that when Black women left the Black men. White women didn't. That is exactly true. No, and there's actually a stuff. I'm gonna pull it up. I will pull it up for you. I will pull it up for you. As a matter of fact, hold on.
Hold on.
Can I finish first? Can I finish? Miss Taken, can I finish first?
Go ahead.
And I will pull up put it in the back chat for you. Where white women weren't stopped accepting the money at a very different rate than white women once the men came home from war. They said, no, I'm not giving this up. And the Black women said, well, shit, I'm doing better now than I was before he left. That is what happened. Black women left the Black man. And now, fast forward to 2023, there's been so much that's happened in between, and I'm not going to go through the entire history of it. Black men are now saying, you know what? Y'all are out. Now I'm going to go somewhere else and find somebody else. Now I'm going to look across the ponds and see what else I can find for a more feminine woman. Now Black women have taken on a role that is quite a masculine role, and especially as it pertains to relationships and bringing their work home because of the role they have to play at work. Then when you couple that with the higher education, expecting higher jobs, expecting a different type of man, like this, the shit got out of control. And again, I will pull that up and I'm gonna let you rebut as I pull that up.
No, I'll say this really quick, Naz, and then you can fit. What I was going to say is that initially, when you're talking about welfare access, Black women were not allowed access to that welfare that you were talking about. Only white women were. That changed later on down the line. That was just a clarification that I wanted to make. So we didn't even have the option of being able to have welfare when it first came out. But go ahead, Inez.
Yeah, so I wanted to add to that. So after World War One was still Jim Crow era. Black women were not leaving black men at that point. It wasn't until mass incarceration where black women were starting to feel abandoned. That idea of like the single mother household, we were calling them fatherless households at that point, right? Women raising children, both boys and girls, that started to perpetuate the system that created this divide that created a cycle, right? This divide of like more effeminate men, more masculine women really did come from that. It wasn't World War One. It wasn't World War Two. Like communities were still thriving. Yes, there was division. Yes, there was infiltration. Yes, there were issues. Nobody is giving the illusion that those communities were perfect by any sort of happenstance, but this idea of like this separation didn't really happen until a lot farther on, right? Whether it was the North or the South, because the conditions were different depending on where you were. It wasn't the same. It was not World War One. It was not World War Two. You're on mute. Oh, okay. I thought you were going to rebut. But yeah, I just wanted to add that, like, I think your timeline and what you're talking about is significantly different than like when things actually started to delineate.
When I zoom out, I just feel when I zoom out, my assumption is that we all fell victim to social programming that unfortunately pitted us against each other and is consistently to this day pushing a narrative and agenda. I think that it's very easy to manipulate people, and if you control the medium of entertainment or the lens of identity, then by doing that you can shape, form, and create any society that you want. Right now, it's a specific narrative I feel like being pushed as far as dating goes. Like if you look at The Little Mermaid, or you look at the couples on TVs and commercials, and that's being pushed, and then you come online and the black man is saying I don't want the black woman, and the black woman is saying I don't want the black man.
And the terrible thing is, look at the examples that they're using.
Hold on one second. And those things working together to create this dichotomy and pushing that further and further. They talked about I don't know if I ever spoke about it, but I watched a military special where they were talking about how to win wars in the future, and they kept reinforcing that the wars of the future are not physical wars. They are wars of ideology. They are wars of perception. So I think all of those things create a specific thing in my mind. I can't for sure say, because I don't want to speak on something I don't have a fact to, but it looks very, very non-coincidental and very much intentional. All right, you got it.
No, yeah, I was just saying to that, and this one, like I said, it's another one of those things where when they talk about certain things on certain panels, I throw something in there, and everybody's just like, "Oh, here you go," because I'm saying when we talk about the relationships, why are y'all bringing up people who is not even on a level that we are? Why are we comparing our normal selves here in America to Steve Harvey, them's daughters, and Michael B. Jordan and all? We are not them and on their level, so why are we even talking? You mean those are the best black examples that we have? But yet, if I was to bring up certain other doctors that I know or anything like that that's living around certain areas, then it's all, well, you know, that's a little different. No, but this is us. You guys are on the same level as us right now. Why are we trying to compare our relationships and all that to these celebrities? You know, what are we? That's what we're comparing it to. You know, so it's like, what about us average folks, the ones who've been married like myself for 20 some odd years, or another doctor I know, he's been married for 16 years, 15 years, 4. Why aren't we talking about those ones? And what's really interesting when you just said that, Marcus, about them throwing a narrative, it's amazing that I never thought, and you know how Chicago is, I never thought that you hear these things, man, I'm just trying to get out of the hood, man, I'm just trying to get out, I'm just trying to get out. I never thought that once I did get out, completed medical school, doing the thing, doing the married thing, got the kids, I don't have no baby mamas, I thought that when I did that the black community would be like, yes, we have one. No. you a sellout, you a Uncle Tom, you a tap dancer for. I'm being called all these things, and I'm showing y'all on video. I will take you to where I lived. But now, because I'm coming back and telling y'all, this is how y'all do it. This is how this is how we do it, y'all. We can't do it, man. Come on, bro. Let me come up with all that bullshit, man. Come on, you a nigga. I'm like, wow. And the thing is being painted by the very ones that's selling them this, because I'm not. I guess I need to be more hood, or I need to be like, I swear to God on my mama, I need to talk like that in order to kind of get to you guys, But otherwise, that's why I have it right here. I have it right there ready for them. The minute I already got the cup, y'all. I got another cup too that tells me that I'm a sellout. I got another one too that calls me a Porsche Negro, House Negro, tap dancing. I got all the cups right there. But that's what they do, and it's like, where did it come from? Because I thought that this is what black people will be loving. Hey, one of ours got out of the hood. He did the thing, and now I'm being more torn apart by them from doing what I'm doing now versus when I was in the hood. In the hood, it was more of a, oh yeah, try to get out of here, man. Just try to make it out. Now that you got out, dude, you a sellout, bro. It's crazy.
You will be amazed. I love it real fast because I wanted to piggyback on him. I know you do, because I got you out just for trying to persuade more black men to be doctors. I got chewed out for like a whole hour just trying to persuade more black men to go into medicine.
You ain't letting that go.
For my life.
You got traumatized by that. You
came for my life. I was like, oh my God, like they was going in on me on the chat. This was a month ago before you guys were a part of the panel. Baby, they came for my head all night long. Didn't even mistake it. Were you on there? I was like, goodness, sorry.
Yes, and it's like you just try to encourage them. I'm like, no, I'm not the smartest person in the world. And I try to say things in such a way that can get them more involved in them. I tell them, I say, no, becoming a doctor, anybody in the medical field, I say it's not hard. What? And I know they say it's hard work, but I like to kind of, because I know where we come from. I was of that thinking capacity too. When somebody say, hey, it's going to take some hard work, instantly, because I'm not used to whatever this hard work is, it can instantly kind of turn me off and not make me not want to pursue it. But when I tell them, I say, it's not hard work. It's just time. That's it. It's just time. What do you mean? It's just time. It's not that I got to really be, no, it's just time, y'all. That's all. It's going to take time. It's not hard. It's not. But no, man, in order to become a doctor, no, I'm telling you from experience, it is not hard. It's just going to take some time. That's it. And it makes the whole outlook look completely different.
It's hard when you don't have the basic study skills. That's really what they're saying, because we see it, me and Shan both work in high school, and that's really where kids are now. They're struggling the most. They have not developed study skills. They haven't developed time management. They just don't have those basic skills that you need in order to be successful. Like, that's the hard part. Right? Once you get a system together and once you know, that makes it easier. So the reason they're saying it is hard is because, like you said, it's going to take time, consistency, and sticking to your plan. And
right. And then if there, and what I do this as well, if there's no interest in it, then it's, like you said, developing the study skills. I don't want to study them to get into nothing that I have no interest in. So that's what I'm saying. So that's why when we get to talking with these kids and we see where their talents and their skills and ability line up, all of a sudden it's not even hard to them anymore, because it's something that they actually want to do. You know what I mean? They like, I want to do this. Like I told them, I hated it. I don't know why. I can't tell you for the life of me why they made us take calculus and trigonometry and all that. I never used that in my professional life. I never had to tell no patient or anybody, hey, y equals mx plus b is I never used this stuff. So I was like, I'm just going to do good enough just to get by with a C. I do not care, because I'm never going to use this stuff. But as far as the medical classes, aced them because I had a genuine interest in it. I really wanted to do this to help people, so it just took time.
Be an overhaul in education in regards to, like you said, the classes and courses that it takes, because a lot of that still stems over from the Cold War era and trying to get get more people involved in the sciences to help with that. And, and trying to push everybody, weeding people out as well, going to college and stuff. But that's a whole nother topic. But I totally agree with you.
I think one of the things that provide proof, or it seems to me to provide proof for me, is if you look at like HBCU race, right? When A Different World was on television, they had like historic amounts to them, right? Historic enrollment amounts. And if you look at the popular image of what black men were in the 90s, right? Then we have a meteoric rise of people wanting to be rappers and basketball players. People tend to filter into the things that they see that are the representation of them. That's why when they say representation matters, it's true, but it should also come with some caveats, like you should filter into what you're specifically tailored for or what you want to put the work in. Not that that's the only thing that you can be. I know you love to think we all attacked you about wanting people to be doctors. It wasn't about that. It was not about that. No, stay on mute. Don't unmute. Don't unmute.
No, they were coming for me. I was just saying because there was a program at the time that was Tennessee State had a program where they were taking African American males who were interested in medicine, and it was a free program, a cohort, and then they put them into medical school, and I was like, they were looking for African American males, and so I just felt like it was a great opportunity. Like, I know a lot of people aren't exposed to that, but look, this is also a profession. It's a great profession. I mean, just as hard as it worked to be that basketball player, if you put all that energy into studying, for whatever reason, you feel like you have a better chance of being an NBA player than a doctor. It's like really odd to me, And even if you don't want to do it, I understand it's not for everybody, but the fact that you just shot it down, just like, oh, it's just not for me. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, it's somebody said, well, are you doing it? It was somebody on here said, we didn't want to choose the white man's path. Do you know that back in the day, you couldn't even go to a white doctor. You had to have a black doctor. You had to go to a hospital with a black doctor. So it wasn't, you act like we don't need black doctors. Wouldn't it be nice to go in and get saved by a black man?
So this is back to my point about the program and manipulation, right? When you create a vast difference between a black man, you should be able, as a black man, you theoretically should be able to act in any way, shape, or form that you feel and still be considered a black man. However, because black and white exist, and we, for whatever reasons, good or bad, separate ourselves within you're not black, you're white, you're not white, you're black. We've somehow in that draft accepted the quality of lower education, right? That's like or speaking in a certain way. So I see you making the face. I'm not saying that we're lower educated people. I'm saying that the character traits that we would assign. So if you hear somebody has a triple PhD and came from Harvard, Oxford, Yale, we would assign that to a specific demographic of people. And that person, if they operated like somebody that came from there, would not sound, or we wouldn't believe them to sound like one of us anymore. And I think as long as you don't switch your as long as you don't disconnect from the collective and start to think about things that are only good for you, then it shouldn't matter. But if you become one of those people who disconnects and is like, well, I got to get mine, then you can't then expect to be embraced if you're working actively against it. But if you have to be disconnected, then it shouldn't be a problem.
You know what I find to be weird, and we see this a lot, me and mistaken in the system. Everything that it's almost like we uphold negativity. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's cool to do this. It's cool to be an AWOL. It's cool to not do your work. It's cool to, but and if you're doing those things, bettering yourself, then it's not cool. We see that every day at school. It's like the peer pressure. Oh, it's cool to fight. Oh, get that fight on. You gonna let her talk to you like that? Why do we as a people feel like that's we put that on a pedestal?
So it's a distraction mechanism, right? Because like as much as Marcus was saying about like in the 90s, there was this push towards athleticism. I think back to like the 90s sitcoms, right? Bill Cosby was a doctor. Uncle Phil was a lawyer. Mr. Hightower was a teacher. There were there was this variety of black male masculinity, right? That was not entertainment or athletics.
Mm-hmm.
I think somewhere when we started to get closer to the 2000s and moving forward, it became so much more rigid, so much more tight of like what that black male masculinity looks like. And then somewhere before 2000 and 2010, it was like, oh no, now this is a threat. We have to start to promote this softer side of black masculinity. Right. And I think that's where like the Not that Black women have had the grace of being the most feminine human beings ever, right? Black women have always been stripped of their femininity in grander society. There has been like this push towards masculinity in the Black women spectrum, and so it's fascinating to watch because, like, I agree with you, Marcus, in terms of like representation and what that looks like. Watching this shift kind of happen over these generations, and watching people who are influenced between those things start to kind of mold their lifestyles and their perspectives through what they're seeing in media. It's huge. Right? Go ahead.
Let me just say this. This is my conspiracy, my theory, okay? As a person who lived in the 90s, I think we had too much power. I think that it was a threat. You know, if you live in the 90s,
yeah.
white kids wanted to be Black. And I'm not talking about they didn't just listen to our music, they wanted to be us. You know, we had a lot of power. I mean, that positivity, it was rubbing off. It was Black power. We were, you know, we were a unity. And I think that became a threat. And so who's over music? Who pushes, you know, yeah, we sing it and everything, but who pushes it, you know? And
You're gonna
so
get the channel banned, you go down this road.
and we're very impressionable people. So when we saw the Cosby, it made you want to go to an HBCU. It made you want to go to college. It made you want to be a professor, a doctor, a lawyer, or what have you. But just imagine if we all were to do that. And we've already talked about how the physical strength that we were born with. Now you're putting the intellect with the physical.
And on top of that, because of how our a lot of us, how our you can say it, I guess that, you know, I hate to use some of the street words, but I mean, I guess since the people in chat, they might understand it too. I guess the swag of us, we become professionals. A lot of these guys that are professionals too, their wives like just gravitate towards that because they love that. And I guess I don't want to. They love that masculinity of it. I don't. I'm just telling you straight up. It's just like that. They see that we're not fearful. We speak our mind. We're not really timid. We literally go in there, and when we say things and do things, we do it with confidence and assurity, and it draws them. So yeah,
So I wanted to add this. Shan, I don't know that there's ever been a time in history where Black people have not been cool, the standard, the like it factor, X factor, whatever, right? Like it has always existed where like, and I know we get to be very like, you know, US focused in a lot of these conversations, right? Like even if you like delineate and backtrack towards why Black women's hair is policed to the degree that it is, boils down to the jealousy of white women towards the presentation of Black women's exoticism, right? Like Black people have always been the standard for like the it factor because of genetics, because of the level of like connection to the earth, because of energy, because of biology, however it is that you want to look at it. There's never been a time period where Black people have not set the trend, right? How that delineates from that point when other people take it over is a totally different factor, right? Like that trajectory is out of our control, but it has always been Black people who have been at the forefront of change, of education, of fashion, of like regardless of the industry, right? When it comes to medicine, when it comes to everything, Black people have been at the center of it. So like I can't I love history. I can't think of any time period that has ever existed at any point on the globe where Black people have not been like this seed that has planted what has come to exist.
So but if I have a question, just think about it this way. So what is the one thing that Black people are lacking though? So we have all these things. So what is it that we're lacking that's not making us, if you're the trendsetter, you're all of these things, you're lacking something because you're still not on top. So what I'm trying to say is, if I'm on the other side, I'm going to look at like, look at here, we got to keep them back. Bring them back down a little bit. You know what I'm saying? and we are impressionable people. This music has gotten, it's almost to the point where it's in your face and it's to the opposite extreme of things. but we fall for it. It's like, you guys understand what I'm saying?
I do. So I think that, in my opinion, right? Everybody has their own opinion. I think that Black people have mastered the art of influence without power. I
But how
think.
do you get power?
Yeah. So
You're
I
the
think
smartest person in the room, right? You at
so.
least got to be the smartest.
The smartest, the most talented, the best looking, the whatever field you want
got
to.
all the other ones.
We have everything, right? And we're able to create these systems where people are able to build up. We create foundations. We're so solid on creating these incredible foundations, whether it's knowledge, whether it's whatever it is, however you want to look at it. If you want to like really follow the trail of thought in schools and all of this stuff, like even when we look at like the medical field, right? We take a look at the Hippocratic Oath, and Hippocrates studied in ancient Egypt, right? Like his philosophies come from Black people. So when we take a look at these things, like Black people really are the seed that grows everything that comes into existence. Our ability to influence is bar none. Our ability to retain power in relationship to the level of influence we have is severely lacking. And I think it's because we are such a compassionate group of people.
We are compassionate.
Yeah, I think there's like this ingrained desire to see growth in society that we're willing to forfeit that to our own detriment.
Yeah, I agree with that. We are some forgiving people.
Mm-hmm.
We are. Isn't that crazy though? I mean, not that we shouldn't be. I think the right thing to do is to be compassionate, to be, but it is to the detriment of our, What were you pointing at? I took yourself off mute. I can't hear you.
But it's so funny. You know when Anonymous want to say something because she goes.
I just want to say that. And they say he the true king and he was right, but I digress.
Yeah, I would say, I mean, I definitely can agree to that. But at the same time, I think no matter what it is, it's this thing that we did when we were going through school. We had to study car wrecks, right? And these specific car wrecks, you had to do a lot of crazy stuff when you go through medical school, but we had to study these car wrecks. And this specific car wrecks only was consistent of people that ran into trees and light poles, right? And so what we found is that 70+% of the cars that hit the light poles of the trees, they hit them square on. It never was hardly ever a sliding and hitting it from the front. It was always just completely square on. And so what we end up finding out is that neurologically, even though you were sliding, it's the fact that they never took their focus off that pole. So the body naturally corrected you and took you to the area that you were focusing on. So I got a lot out of that, me myself. I'm like, that is crazy. So what they did is that we found out also that through that, the NASCAR drivers, if they lose control, they are trained to turn their head to the center of the track, because when they do that, their body naturally corrects them and takes them in the direction that they want to go. So the reason why I'm saying that is that when you talk about the Bill Cosby's, when you talked about those shows like that, the reason why is because they know that almost everybody, especially now, everybody has one of these in their hand. And it does not matter what you want. It's going to be matter what you see on that phone, what you see on TV. It's going to be what they want you to see. And here's what's really, really interesting about that. Music is very phenomenal in a way. Music is one of the few things you're going to find in nature that stimulates both sides of the hemispheres of the brain at the same time. Music is one of the few things that do that. And that's why music, that has to have music with a message behind it. Every time you got, like right now, if I said y'all all gonna know that's Folgers.
So you get right.
So what I'm saying, none of us really intentionally listen to the Folgers commercial, but somehow we all know it. How is that? Because they know that the music stimulates both hemispheres of the brain, and in doing so, also when music does that, your brain doesn't give consent to what message goes in it when music is stimulating both sides. So they can put whatever message in there, and they do know that by doing this so much after a period of time, you and I, all of you guys that are listening, we've out of the blue, we found ourselves singing the Folger commercials, even though we didn't even try to learn it. So how did that happen? Because it constantly got played, and when it got embedded in our subconscious, we end up carrying. Yeah, and we end up carrying out those actions. So what I'm saying that for is that if you have a certain type of music, if you have a certain type of thing that they're pushing out when it comes to music and all that, if they keep on playing this thing, you constantly listen to it, it's going to get into your subconscious. Next thing you know, you're going to find yourself carrying out those actions, although you didn't intend to, because the brain does not have the defense mechanism to give consent to what message is being pushed in when the music is going forth like that.
And you just stop at music, because what came into my mind is being in these YouTube spaces and hearing the same talking points over and over in regards to how people are, men are like this, women are like this, men are like this, women are like this, right? And so
impressionable people.
When you can't find a good woman, there are no good women out there. You can't find there are no good men out there. Do you think that that's part of the problem? And so now our brain is, like how you said, when you're driving a car, your mind is always looking for that to reinforce what you are.
Exactly. You're gonna find exactly what you're focusing on. So that's why if you see a title, women are always this, or how come black women can't find a man, or black men say that women are too great. When you see that, your brain instantly gears you into you getting ready to go in there to see how bad women are. You're gonna go in there to see how bad men are. You're gonna go in there to see how aggressive women are. And then when you go out there in the real world, your brain gears you to only look for that. And that's all you see, and that becomes your world. And that's why you say, I can't find a good man, I can't find a good one, because that's all you're focusing on, and that's all you see. So even though you're trying to avoid hitting that light pole, the fact that you stay focusing on it, your body corrected you and took you directly to what you were focusing on. And that's why I tell people, so are we in here like in medicine? The reason why you would come and tell me, if you came to me and say, hey, I've been having these issues, my stomach feels like this, I've been having a headache, why are you telling me this? You're telling me your symptoms, but what I'm going to do, I don't want to just treat your symptoms. I want to treat the issue that's causing your symptoms. So when we talk about these things that's going on in the YouTube space, I'm like, guys, look, I get it. I know y'all want me to come on the panel, but I'm not going to sit here and just keep on talking about symptoms. I want to get to the nucleus that's causing the symptoms. And if I get to the nucleus of that and y'all don't want to discuss that, okay, I'm going to leave. Because all we're going to do is sit around and talk about nothing but symptoms. I got a headache. I got a stomach ache. I got a foot ache. I got a backache. Y'all going to keep on talking about these. Or do we want to fix it? Let's fix it. Otherwise, it's just going to be a bunch of just people talking about the symptoms constantly.
So, AP had his finger up. Go ahead.
Just real quick. The first thing I'm going to say is I do apologize to the ladies and the ladies out there. Inaz was partially right. Mistaken was partially right. AP was a little right, not completely right. And I can accept that. The part where I'm right is there was aid given to black families. World War II is actually when it was first allowed for black people to receive it. The reason why black families had to stay on it and why a man couldn't return was government laws, a whole bunch of government laws forced people to live a very specific way. Like they would cut the wages, send the men out into the fields in order to have to work. It's wild. I'm still reading. So thank you, Inaz and Mistaken, for sending me down this rabbit hole that I'm going to get really upset about, I'm sure.
Oh yeah.
We'll see it in our group chat the next 2 days.
But I want to say that, if I'm gonna say something publicly, I'm gonna come back and rebut it publicly as well.
So I appreciate AP. Sometimes when people make arguments that are anti, like sometimes the stuff Chaotic does, right? So it's either in good faith or bad faith. And with you, everything is good faith, like everything. And as soon as you realize that there was an error, you have an amazing ability to go back, correct it, and then search for more information and make sure you're on the right side of what you're saying. I admire that about you, and I think more people should be that way. And outside of that, Charleston White used to say, if you want to know about your kid, listen to the rap artist that they listen to. And my favorite artist was Jay-Z when I was coming up, and a similar lineage of, like the NBA YoungBoy, one of the most popular rappers right now. When I heard Shorty say, "You're not a man until you catch your first body," I just know how that hit them kids. Because if my favorite rapper, especially if you in a fatherless home, was saying you have to at least kill one person before you consider the man. To young boys with no direction, that is a real a green light to go do some silly dumb shit, like real silly. And it may be like, yeah, you should know better and all this. They don't. They too easily influenced, and then that could have. It's sad. It's real sad.
And let me just add something to you. I think that people don't even understand the power of music. This is something school for us starts about 6:45 because that's when kids start walking in. Kids are listening to these earpods from 6:45, even distracted from classroom. They'll have one in and one out, and they'll walk consistently throughout all day long outside of school. Here they go again. It is what they do with majority of their time. I can guarantee. That is how much influence it had. I mean, indirectly, your children listen to that music all day long. I witnessed it myself to the point I'm like, yo, everything in moderation. Like, I know that can't be healthy for you to have that in your ear 24 hours a day. It's absolutely ridiculous. So if you don't think that music has influence on your kids, I'm sorry. I just don't believe that.
Well, I think that's also part of the parenting, because even I'll say in my day, we technically had access to music all day long. I mean, we had Walkmans, we had, you know what I'm saying?
I mean, but a big Walkman, you can see that thing in opposed to
no, but what I'm saying is
now.
No, what I'm getting at is the fact of the parenting styles have changed, because even though we could have, we weren't allowed to. We couldn't, you know what I'm saying? There was access, but it was limited access because parents were involved. Like, we couldn't watch Video Music Box when our parents was in the house. We couldn't wait. We were latchkey kids, so we would be watching that while our parents was at work, right? And then when they came home, we knew that we weren't allowed to watch that because they monitored the things that we were allowed access to. And I think there's a lack of that happens now. And so, like you said, you can have students or kids that are literally, when they wake up, the first thing they grab is their phone. So they're looking at social media all day while in the background, the music is playing. So you're getting all of these things being filtered into these young, impressionable minds all day long. So there has to be some avenue in which parents begin to kind of parent again and kind of, limit access, because kids are not going to do it. You're going to keep doing what you are, what you enjoy, so.
Like, if you look at this space, right, and you ask the men on an individual level, how much of this stuff have you dealt with? Most of them have not experienced this negative thing from a woman they were dating. But yet, you would be called
a negative thing.
Like, all right, so the way that the women are portrayed in the space, the worst
what
things.
you're saying in reality, we talk about that all the time. When you walk outside, it ain't none of this.
But yeah, it's ingrained in people. Like, they ready to fight you if you don't go along with that line of thinking. And it's like, this shit is dangerous. You gotta realize
you can go on a date and tell a person who's glued to YouTube by the questions they ask, and you're like, sir, please stop. This day is over. I'm done. I got it. Don't even worry about me. I got this. Chat, please. Oh, Lord.
No, and that's not like, I see Twizzy. He been with the good comments all night. He say 80% of girls under 30 dress and act like city girls or strippers. I believe that's part of the program.
You said under 30?
Yeah. That's part of the program, because that's what they have female rappers now. And this is the same thing with the propaganda.
That's what they grew up on. If you grow up on your girl and your parents are listening to it, everybody in the household is listening to it. Like, it's on the radio. Like, if you look at regular up-to-date channels, like the popular channels, there's nothing, like, all that music is 24 hours a day. I remember when to hear Uncle Luke, you had to wait until afternoon, late night, or you just had to go to a party.
That's the hours, yep.
Pop that coochie was not easily accessible on the radio.
You was getting it, huh? You was getting it today, though.
But it definitely came to all the college campuses.
and you
He
had to
came
pay
to
for
the college campuses.
So I think, like, as much as we talk about music and like having it in your ear all the time, like we talk so much about the lyrics, right? But I think that like we don't dissect enough like the subconscious part of it, like the rhythm, the notes in which music is being produced anymore, all of that stuff. Like, I don't know how much y'all are into like energy exchanges and stuff like that. I know that can be a little woo woo
No.
for a lot of people,
Ain't
but
nobody robbing no bank to Anita Baker.
so but here's the thing, right? Is like, you know, even when Anita Baker was being around and like all of those, we still had Bonnie and Clyde, we still had all of these people out here robbing banks. Like, you know what I mean? Like, as much as we want to put so much pressure on music, we also have to talk about like the energy and frequency in which humanity exists in. And like we can't also ignore the fact that music has come down to a lower level of frequency that also changes the way that people are receiving things. Outside of just the lyrical level, when we're talking about the way that like music is being produced itself in terms of sound quality, in terms of like beats per minute, in terms of all of that stuff, like all of that stuff has a thing. Like when we talk about, so like in a lot of like the mental health healing world, we talk about grounding, right? Being barefoot on real soil, because regardless of your feelings of it, there's an literal scientific energetic charge that you receive in your body in being barefoot on grass, on sand, whatever, real ground that's not concrete. So this idea that like we don't also attribute that to music as well, and the way that that shifted, I think is really interesting, because like as much as we want to make this a like a black people thing, it's not. Music is negatively influencing people across all races, because music is being mass produced at a frequency that it has not been before. It is at a lower frequency, a lower vibration, that is creating an insane amount of chaos across all communities. We're just pinpointing it on black people because we always need somebody to blame, instead
But
of
do you
like,
think it's a class thing then? Do you think that maybe it may be to
listen,
class into the
Or
if,
is it because
if
it's
we're
our
honest,
music?
there is
We've been
nobody,
affected.
yeah, there is nobody that blasts gangster rap more than a wealthy upper class white kid.
You go to the concerts, that's all that is there.
Yeah, because here's the thing: the black boys know if you're blasting that in the wrong neighborhood, you're gonna get yourself in trouble. You're gonna get pulled over. There are consequences to it. But if you are in the upper elite,
then why does it affect us differently?
Because so look,
Access,
one of
power.
the things is when you look at they look at that as watching a movie a lot of times, unless they try and fully incorporate that. For us, it's our entire self identity. And if you're not one of them guys, you a lame. You're not gonna be on the side
Do
of
you
men
think
that
it's
get
a power thing? You know, I notice things about men is they like power in some type of way. You know what I'm saying? So they always, it's so for some men, that's their way of having power in their community.
Wait, it's their way of having power to do what?
Like when they do certain things, like for example, like what's the rap song you had just quoted?
The Kanye
Like,
song or
so for
something else?
example, if we're talking about the drug dealer, okay, he does it
Right.
because it gives him power in his community. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
People
yeah.
look up to him as the drug dealer. You know,
So like so say all rap music was anti-drug, anti-hustling, and anti that, and you were ostracized for being a hustler instead of embraced, accepted, and admired. Uh I think that the demographic of people who catch drug cases and all that stuff will change. I don't think it's really like I say, it's all like propaganda and leverage. So it's all manipulation at all times. And if you boil it down, you can filter like the algorithms do to give to the algorithms pick information based off what you choose. So we had an ability to filter that stuff out and only get like positive affirmations, motivational speaking, and different things that can be positive specific to us. But that's going to require you to disconnect, remove yourself from own creature comforts, not be addicted to Instagram. It requires a virtual cleanse of your soul in order to get to that point. That a lot of people not ready to go to that point.
They're not even ready to give up their music, baby. We had some arguments about that music too. Remember when Juicy J out everybody? We were like, okay, so how is it gonna, what if we just step away from it? What? And all of a sudden it was an issue. Like, what?
You know who does act what is it, a virtual cleanse? Didn't you just come off Ramadan? Yeah, that it's baked in. That's crazy. I just want to say that is crazy.
This was an interesting conversation, you guys. Very good. I can't believe I stayed here till 3:22 with you people.
With no braid.
I told you I'm not doing a braid. I'm doing a pinup. Just gonna
no thirst trap or a braid.
Look at you, bro. I pulled out the old school pink, baby. That's it.
Okay, there it is.
You better quit pulling on it.
No, Mike ain't here. Mike.
Mike be in the camera like.
Oh my God, that is horrible. Stop. Yeah, but this is a great conversation.
Yeah,
Look at here. I'm here late and Isaiah didn't even show up tonight. Isaiah's like, stay a little bit longer, an hour, and the night we stay. He ain't even here. Ain't that crazy? That's how we work, honey. Oh, let's do these super chats. We have super chats. Oh, and matter of fact, it was Harrison was one, Harrison Davis, Rojo, and I can't remember who the third one was for last week. Thank you for those super chats.
Reese.
Who was it?
Reese.
Okay. Yes.
All right.
Thank you for the super chats from last week.
Orange Pill Nurse, 1999.
That's the one that got us off track.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So we already did that one.
Ray Alexander, $5. Potential is good, but I wouldn't advise women or men to go for grand expectations to exceptions to the rule. High level performance and consistency really matters. I wholeheartedly agree. Consistency is key. Sir Shy 87, $2. Question for Shannon Inez. Would you ever get a BBL?
Never.
Absolutely not.
I don't need no BBL, honey.
Me either.
God came with it, honey. I done had a BBL all my life.
Orange Pill Nurse, $9.99. So black women are envious of white women who were staying at home as luxury back in the day, and how were they solved? It was
so black women were envious of white who was staying at home. I could add the punctuation for you because I think I understand.
All right, go for it.
All right. So black women were envious of white women who were staying home as a luxury back in the day, and how they solved it was become more educated, less married, highest divorce filings, and all these kids.
I think what I was trying to say is the accent. Like you wanted to be, it's kind of like that thing, keeping up with the Jones. Isn't it Keep Up with the Joneses or something like that? You always tried to keep up with the Joneses.
Instead of getting your kids some light up LA gear.
Light up LA gear. LA gear was popping back then. What are you talking about? That was a shoe.
No. That was. I'm talking about 3 years after they were popping. When they were popping, I was wearing Protec.
Yo, LEDs didn't light up no more on your LA gear.
Protec. I never heard of those.
You never heard of Protec and Pro Pacers? Oh man, I had the Pro Pacers with the straps too.
I remember Converse. I remember the one where you press the button and the air pop it up.
Wait, what were the ones that had the little blue? Because I think they still make those. They were Skippies, but they had the little blue square on the back of them. What was those called?
Felines?
I know BKs. Remember British?
Never mind.
I got a pair of BKs. What are you talking about? They got them blue, got them light blue with the blue tongue. What? Oh no, I'm not wearing them. No. Right now I'm wearing the UAs, but no.
What's a UA?
We're not getting paid by them, so I ain't gonna say it's what I normally wear.
Over and under, protected and not protected. Yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
I'd like to play Taboo with y'all one day. I think that'd be fun.
You said what now?
I'd like to play Taboo with y'all one day. That should be fun.
Listen, I'm the queen of Taboo.
I've never played it.
We down there could play virtual Taboo.
Always wins. They just
Really?
do. Yes, I love that game. You guys, we should come together and have a live one weekend. That
Marcus
would be
don't know how to wake up on time.
and
That
JR
would
said
be
he's
fun.
already down. He'll bring the equipment, so we have to make it happen.
I'm in. Y'all say it. Y'all name the date.
Mistaken and I live around a corner from each other technically. So
Well,
Be
I
a
still
shit
has to get a ticket.
We could
well,
all
everybody has to get a ticket.
I've been
Oh,
ready
that-
before. I'll be all right. You just gotta let me know the time.
Okay.
That would be so
All right, JR, you in the back. You hit us.
I'm gonna tell him, JR sometimes be there, but he don't be there.
Oh, because last year we did it in August, right?
Let's not do it that. I want to do it like summer, July, so I can be tired.
So next month
And towards the end though.
we'll be back at work at the 24th.
But
Stan,
you don't have to be
you're gonna
there.
you're gonna shake at least once, right? Every show you're gonna shake at least once. You can't. You got that little shimmy. You got that little shimmy.
See, that's the open Chic critique. See, when Tam was here, she used to do it with me. One person who actually used to do it with me. But
Oh, I miss Tam.
Y'all are the only two that had big boobs.
Juicy J
They
got
was
me.
shoulder shaking with you. You just ain't never noticed.
Who?
I said the rest of them was shaking. It just didn't.
Y'all were doing this. We were doing this.
It was just a show.
Y'all were doing this. We were like.
I have never, let me just tell you this, Twissy. I have never had a hot girl summer, ever. Never had a hot girl summer. It's been cold winters over here.
Did you go to Freaknik? Did you go to Freaknik?
But you know what's so crazy? What people don't understand is I think there was.
Wait, did she just gloss over that? Did she say yes or no?
She did.
Okay.
But let me tell you this. No. Because what you see, look. I'm gonna tell you this. I experienced a very different Freaknik than what I've seen. I was on we were on college campus, and it was more of a college thing. AUC, Spelman. A lot of you gotta remember, Atlanta's big, so a lot of the time stuff could have happened on another side of town. We were more in, college students just doing, and most of us were dressed the same way. We weren't like I never saw a booty. I didn't. I don't remember seeing vagina. I don't remember seeing any of that. But I know it happened because it's Freaknik and it shows that it happened. But I don't remember that. So that's just me. But yes, I did attend, and I had a great time.
So y'all was singing gospel songs and just.
No, we were just flirting. No. We were just being college kids on campus, just out, like, oh, he a cute guy. Nobody tried to touch you inappropriately, nothing of that nature because of the people who were around. I think that was more of, never mind.
More of.
It's about to be offensive. I think I know.
Listen, I know that those up north wanted to come to it, but our summers, our breaks were different. So, and thank God, because at that time, you wouldn't have seen no body parts or nothing like that, but I definitely would have been twerking. I would have been dancing. Like that was my thing back in the day. I definitely
I can honestly
been
say
all up in the middle of that.
What's going on? I was still a virgin. I was a very green. So I sleep very well knowing that when Hulu brings that show out, I ain't got no issues. All right, you're gonna see me probably if I did see some twat, I've been like this. I'm not. I'm confident in knowing that I behaved myself appropriately.
What was the last year?
Black lexicon. I don't know when the last time I heard that term, the nappy dugout. That's yeah, that's what they used to call a box back in the day, the coochie cup. The nappy dugout. That is
oh my God!
The nappy dugout. That is funny.
What's that? Is that a 304 though? Drive 304.
Classy 304.
Yeah, all my friends were dressed to the T. I can't remember my friends being. We were all dressed appropriately.
What was the last year for Freaknik?
I think it was 97, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, see, I was still in high
Plus, we
school.
took it to we were at the tail end of it, so that may be it. We weren't there in the 92s, and we were like at the very end of it. So that could have been the reason why it wasn't as bad as it probably was in the early 90s, or
Yeah, see, I was still in high school, so.
I remember the big homies came
Don't
back.
remind us.
Right, and he wants everybody to know I'm the oldest person on this panel. Yes,
No, you were still in high school too. Yeah, you were still in high school. Graduated.
Yeah, I graduated in 98, so.
Oh, I was 96.
Yeah.
Okay. Y'all was what, in middle school?
I don't think Nas was born yet. I went to high school in 98 and graduated in 02. Damn, I was in the new millennium.
Dang.
That means you and y'all the same age.
Who?
Y'all the same age?
Marcus.
No. When he went into high school, I was leaving. I graduated in 98 and I graduated high school in 98.
And when did you graduate high school?
02. So I was 40 years
gotcha. I was confused.
I used to think I was older than you, AP.
Why would you think you were? Oh, look at this shit.
Look at TM.
Mike,
about that earlier.
I was surprised to know that Mike was younger than most people on the panel.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody but me.
Yeah.
That was
interesting. No, I think I'm like stuck in the age loop because I don't expect to age for a long time. So
I'm the oldest. Enos is the youngest. Mike is next to the youngest. Then Marcus. Then TAP. Then Mistaken, and then I'm the oldest.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you stuck in the age loop too. For you to be old as hell, you don't look old as hell.
Old as hell.
Be careful. Be careful. Somebody gonna call you a simp. Be careful.
Old as hell.
No, I'm just joking. You know, you got the juice. You got the juice. You got the juice.
How many times we better close this. We just chit-chatting. Sorry.
Ali. He want to come on the channel now.
I was gonna say, remember the few times I went out with you, they was like, "Oh, that's your daughter."
Y'all.
Oh wow.
I told Mistake. I said Mistake.
That's why she said you need to dye your hair.
They was like, "Oh, how many generations are y'all?" And we were like, it was like that's not my mom.
Because she had her daughter. Yeah, she had her daughter. It's her and then it's like, oh, that's
like, damn, Tara, you the grandmama.
What's good with you, Ali?
Ali.
Yeah, Ali showed up at the end.
Ali came up in here at 3-something. What was you doing? What was you doing, Ali?
Grown folk stuff. Leave him alone.
Ali probably was preparing to take over the world and be.
He said, "Oh dang, I showed up like it was 10 o'clock."
Right, exactly. Y'all see what we be every Friday night. Us angels.
All right, y'all. I gotta roll.
Okay.
Good night. Huh?
That's a fake yawn. You know, you don't be going.
It's not yet. Listen.
Right. And then I'll fall asleep. And
he done peeped his head in here twice already. Like
hey.
Yeah, that's still a fake yawn. We know what you got to go do.
Oh yeah.
All right. Good night, y'all.
All right. See y'all. All right. Love you guys. Thank you guys for hanging in there with us. No more super chats, right? We get it all in super chats. Thank you guys. Have a great Friday. Have a great weekend. We'll see you next week at 9:30 Eastern Standard Time, maybe. Who knows? All right. See ya.
My bad, y'all.